Okay. I think I got it. All right. Like okay.
Oh, okay, I got
I
it.
think I got it. All right. So, oh boy. I had to like okay.
Oh, okay, I got
I
it.
think I got it. All right. So, oh boy. I had to That was a good reading too. I was well. You can see my facial expression. That was it was a great reading, and picked up on the marriage, everything that was happening around. So it was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess you can read my lips. Okay, I'm gonna have to put it on silent one more time. That was a good reading. I need to I need to get the men on positive track. I need to get the men on because I was reading a I was reading a man and I didn't even get it. I was reading. See, I need to start vibrating with them. I need to start working with them more. I want to work with more men. I finally found a man out of all the readings that I do, having found real love in his life, the love of his life. I picked up. Yeah, they're not married, but it's time, they're at a place where they really, are tying it down. He's ready. They're both are ready to tie it down. It's gonna be really good. He said, for the past 4 months, it's been a challenge. They said, I was like, well, you're at the last leg of it. 2 weeks, 2 weeks out. Major incoming advancements within the relationship. So already sending them good energy. Like, yeah, let's do this. Okay. Also, um, this is gonna sound a little out there. I'm going to start doing. I'm even going bigger with the live readings. So I'm going to include Twitter. So I do these on TikTok. I do it on my YouTube. Next, I've been kind of having these insights. Go to Twitter. You don't do it on Twitter. So I think I'm meant to go loud with the phone psychic. I gotta make it sure people know. I gotta make it sure people know that I am I'm phone psychic. um, so I'm going to do that more and more. I got to get in the habit of doing the images where that's what you see. You see an image, phone, psychic. And I think that is my key. That's my I guess my niche. That's what I bring to the platform, to the internet is my phone and my psychic ability. So I will do that, and because by that, then I can demonstrate everything. I can demonstrate all the wonderful things that the gift has to offer. Oh, and I'm getting ready to make a huge play, but I don't want to say it out loud. Um, but yeah, it's huge predictions. and I'm getting ready to move into a new space. I mean, mentally. So I want to. I'm going to document that in real time. Of course, it's going to be on my. That's journey is going to be on my Twitter. I can only imagine. I imagine how I would stream that here because I talked a little bit about it. So either I think I have to like do the layout on my Twitter, and then I can always come back and do a live and bring up my Twitter and then put me on here, and then I can just talk about it. Yeah, but it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be crazy, and it's revolving around the tarot card. This one, the Tower. The Tower is a great card, by the way. It's a wonderful card. So yeah, I have to find that thumbnail and utilize it. Okay. So what made what? Okay, so what prompted me to want to go live today was so there are people who are like, so you come in, you want to do a reading. It's like, yeah, I want to do the reading, but it's like spirit is teaching, but not just teaching them, but I mean, spirit is teaching me, right? Because I'm like listening and I'm channeling, but sometimes like people, I'm working with them, and my first client today was like, well, tends to want to be the spiritual one or want to be the teacher, and it's just no room in my brain. I'm like, why not just find? Oh, what like first of all, you have the ability to establish your own line, and then you can go and be the spiritual teacher in every way you want. Why contact my line wanting to be, and you're paying for the call, by the way, in wanting to be the teacher, but you're not. It's like they're not anywhere near the standard. It's like, well, you can go to get your own line. For now, let me help you, because right now I'm on the right. I'm right now I'm just correct in the things I'm sharing. So kind of go through that. So I'm learning how to kind of guide and not make that like a big deal, because I don't think that will ever change. Because yeah, it's probably going to get even more sick, more worse after this next one. Oh, this next one incoming is a big one. And you know how I do. I predict things as it's all unfolding, so you don't even have to wait. Like it'd be like an hour out, 4 hours out. You'll be reading about it, and everything's gonna fall right in sync. Mm. But I'm not gonna say what angle. If you've been following, you'll know. You'll kind of be able to kind of guess. But I'm not even gonna share what angle I'm coming from. Mm-mm. I'm just gonna do it. Y'all, by the way, I keep losing weight. Like, I hope I don't lose too much weight. Because I wanted to, I'm hoping that I can maintain. So, because if I start working out now, I'm definitely going to buff out. I'm going to be buff. So, I kind of hope that, I have a feeling that I'm going to tone up and I'm going to lose mass. I have a feeling I will. Which I don't mind. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it happens. You're gonna be like, why don't you make up your mind? You You want to be big? You want to be. So yeah, I've been having a few visitors. I'm very curious. Like I keep, I've been having visitors today. So like the past few lives, definitely like visitors have been dropping in, and yeah, actually I'm trying new strategies. So I've been doing so. In case you want to know, yeah, I am doing something different with the channel, and of course it's getting me results. At least getting me seen. It's just a matter of having to walk out a few little. I know some little. What's perfect. So um, my thing is I can do the really big stuff, the hard stuff. The small things is what gets me all the time. That gets me every single time. You actually do something simple. I'm like, what? Like, this is so difficult. But then, like, the big, really hard things, you're like, you're able to do that? And yeah. So, oh, gosh. So, but anyway, so right now I'm learning how to do the little bitty, little menial things. I'm learning how to do that, I guess. And apparently it's paying off. So, because I get visitors from time to time. Okay, how many hours did I get? I got okay, like 8 hours. No, more than that. I earned additional hour, like 9 hours, something like 9 hours. So yeah. So I hope that that no. Wait a minute. Hold on. No, I've got a total of 10 hours. 10 hours. That's good. That's good. Um, have I ever had this number before? I feel like I have. Yeah, I have actually. So, you know how it tracks like 300. I only imagine my brain like 365, 365, like what do you call it? Progresses. What's the name of it? Converge. It convert the convergence of. So it's like convergence, meaning, of course, we talk about years now, but consecutive number of years. So yeah, I gotta. That's yeah. You gotta pay close attention to that mathematic, and it's progressing, 365, 365, 365. So anyway, you could like lose some. I lose some and then it replenishes. So, but it always kind of stays in its margin, and so I guess there's a big chance that um, it goes up. I guess. Or wait a minute. There's a big chance that I break my usual record. That's what I'm trying to say. See the little things. Well, that's the little thing. You're supposed to do that. There's not a lot of thought that goes into that. But for me, that's my big one. So but that's the small thing. That's the easiest of. I don't know why it's backwards. I have it backwards. I do the really hard stuff, the big stuff, easy, and I like. You don't understand that? I do. But then the little thing, oh, the little one. Oh gosh, it's like scalpel, magnifying glass. Like I need this needs to be put in test A and further examination. Like I put this on a microscope. I know you all are like, man, come on. You're like there. But I like to know how everything works. If it just worked and I'm like, or because to me it's like, okay, somebody just gave. How did that happen? Somebody just gave me something. Because I'm like, can it be duplicated? So I ask questions. So I ruin the whole thing. Like what they call it? Oh, this. They give you a little bit, and then you're like, yay! And then it's like rat race. I I I would I would stop and question. Like if it. if I, okay, so I get an incentive, you know, and I'm like, that's why maybe I don't do very well in, like the cubicle setting. You put on your nice best white shirt, right? $40 or maybe or $80 probably $90 these days, and you're working and you're in a maze. You found a little bit of cheese, and it's like I would stop and say and question: is this deliberately put there? Is there a formula for this? A mathematical sensibility? Is there a strategy where you get this very same result each time? I'm not saying you can land the strategy perfectly, execute the strategy perfectly, but if you even attempt the strategy, if it makes sense, then there's going to be an influence, an impact on the number and even the percentage, because you can measure then the percentages in which, like, how much influence that the strategy has, or the lack of thereof. So I started to think about that. I was like, oh, there's like a one-off thing. So somebody, I imagine, like in their hoodie, and they're like, sucking on a straw from Taco Bell. They're like, and I'm like, ooh, cheese. and but that was artificially planted. So like, oh, it's artificial. It's not something that is like, it's not sustainable. I'm like, so I'm at the place. I'm one of the ones on the side. If you had to group me, put me on the side of the group of people saying, give me the formula, please. Just give me the formula. I will figure it out. I'll go from there. You give me the formula, I will take it and run with it. So that's where I'm at. But let me see. I'm very curious because people. Okay, see, that's what I'm talking about. That golly, you guys like really came and visited. Thank you. You guys were like hanging out with me. Thanks. Thanks, bud. My duration is number is going up as well. I remember I was getting some and people would be like 20 seconds. I was like, yay! Now I'm getting like minutes. You guys are giving me minutes these days. Of course, my average is, they said, is like 19 to 20 minutes. So I do thank you all for coming in and spending a little time, to say hello and all that. I'll continue to grow and expand. Absolutely. So we are having a little bit of a test. We're kind of in a like, these next 2 days really mean something. So many other people, they're already like resolving their matters or capturing their beautiful events. Like like all of my clients have something big going on this week, over these next couple of days actually. I have practically all my clients generally are like leaving out of the country or something huge. Or literally entering into neuroscience, neuroscience community. For example, and they say, and these are clients that we started off reading each other, just as strangers. I just got to know them, and now my clients are like, mental health is everything. That's so important. Mental health. It's a, it's I was saying, yeah, it's a wealth. It's just a luxury. Your mental health. It's like, yeah, it's a wealth. That's right. It's a wealth. Yeah. So, you know, it's good. It's beautiful to see how people, that when they in their transformation, like they want to make an impact, a good one on the world. Wanting to present something that helps people and helps people's mental, which that's a big topic. Like everybody has a calling, and she says one of the big ones is guarding against mental health. They have it over there where they consider, like you can come down with a bug, but also if you are just feeling down and out, like just warped and mentally, they said, yeah, that's also aligned with sick leave. Also, they go on, like they take their holidays serious. Like they don't just take a day. They like they're very good at going. I would like to be better at going on holiday. Like follow their principles. Like they're like some of it will take a day. I just need a moment, and they'll take a day. Take the day. No, they're like they take the day and then whatever's left and get the weekend. Then you got 4 days. Like it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Mm-hmm. So yeah, so it's only going to get better, I think, as these clients begin to unravel. They begin to grow and solving their puzzle, unraveling their puzzle. I know what happens next. Mine unravels. Mine unravels. So we're figuring it out. How to work with this soul group. But of course, I'm paying attention to all the patterns. The patterns is everything because we're gonna want to duplicate this again. And with these clients, I can only imagine the great heights that we are exceeding towards or into. Then from there, we begin to build again. um, we'll just be in a higher realm, a higher mental space. That's always kind of like reassure them that. Mm. Whoops. Okay. So let's see. Let's see. She would. Okay, my clients get this position. Oh my gosh. Her ex isn't going to be able to tell her anything. It's like the ex is like, she doesn't need to get this position because she already mentioned, she says, if I get this position, my ex is gonna like flip because this is like the high position, and he's gonna say like, oh my gosh, she's work where she's working, and we definitely would like to see that happen. Play around in those psychic energies. So we it's like he's I can only imagine he'd say, oh, she's not she's he would normally would tell her, to my understanding, she can't, there's no way to kind of keep her there at home. And of course we've been working with her, to untie those connections to the past where her ex-husband is telling her that, giving her every reasons why she shouldn't be trying to leave out the door, finding people who are beautiful and then letting them know, reminding them that they're beautiful, and then their journey discovering how beautiful, how much beauty is inside of their hearts, their minds, their craft, their skills. in their intelligence, and it would be amazing to have a testament where she is able to go back also, because they have two children, a boy and a girl, college bound, smart, all that, and say, hey, I have a job at the prestigious neuroscience. You like and gosh, this would shatter the universal, the energy, the collective conscious. Oh, I just saw all like breaking that ceiling, that vibration. Oh, I need this to happen. I just saw it all just break away. Oh gosh, because I've been touched. I can I'm at the in the reality. What I can touch it is like very thin, like very thin glass. I can see through it. I can see what, but when I just explain this, it just like broke away. Broke. The glass broke. The barrier, the firmament broke, and also, where okay, so I'm also working with the sixth dimension beings. Okay, but okay. So with that said, there's a causal mind, right? So there's the astral, right? There's your like you described, and then there's the causal mind. So fourth dimension into the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension is causal things, so like things that are manifesting here into the 3D. That's the that is the metaphysical conversation that I'm going to be having more in depth. I'm being cryptic right now, um, but it's gonna be on my Twitter. But I'm gonna bring it back and to my channel for documentation. That gives you the metaphysical science bit, and I'm going to approach it soon. I would be able to do it today, hopefully, if I can get into the evening. So this will be a very busy evening. So there will be a lot of maybe activity later on. Maybe a few hours from now. I have a bit of a long day. What day is it? Oh, no, 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 no. Actually, the reason why I better do it today because I have a bit of an off time. I mean, I could do writing. I need to, like do my newsletter, but pretty much I had the evening off, so that which makes it where I've got a long midday today, so I'll be here till 4 p.m. So I may need to kind of hang out in here. I may hang out in here to kind of keep myself centered. Um, I may even start beginning to get all my tools out, what I'm intending to create. Because I got to write this like a story on my Twitter, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I have a chance if I do this right. It'll be like the perfect rabbit hole if I do everything correctly. So I don't know. If I do it correctly, it'll be amazing. If not, well, I hope I get it right. Oh, by the way, I proved my point. I commented and liked it. Okay, Kato Caitlin, celebrity. He retweeted something I said. I said because he had I guess they caught ghost audio, and it was loud. Where he, it was like he and a few other men, were and it's like, you all were that loud. I said louder than the ghost. Because it's very clear, a female voice saying, hush. And it was so fascinating. So I was like, I have to comment on this. They know I like spooky stuff. I love spooky stuff. I was called spooky. I was like, what I'm interested in is called spooky, and people to this day, definitely I get the feeling do avoid me because, well, of my interests as well. Unless they really need to, like, I'm the one. I can't believe it. It's like even as a young person, like I'm the one that they call when they really needed something, something special, as they say, done. Like I checked the inquiry, like, and I know that you do. You do special things, have special talents. So it's always people kind of talk to me like that. Mm, yeah, and so it's not bad. It's not a bad thing because at the same time I'm having the time of my life because I'm enjoying the road. I'm enjoying the journey. So hopefully I can do this correctly and have the people who are watching because oh, and I'm contemplating. Okay, so in order for me to have the ability to go live on Twitter, to my understanding, I need to like do a membership. The membership will also give me a blue check. So, wow, I would, I guess I would say I am certified. I guess I am stapled now. So I'm really considering that. I was having these strong pull to allow myself to become more accessible online, um, but maybe not for YouTube right now, but definitely Twitter. Well, accessible in the sense that I can, on Twitter, I can create subscriptions. So it would allow people to create subscriptions through YouTube and then, excuse me, subscriptions through Twitter. Um, I'm working towards where subscriptions can be created through YouTube. Um, I'm trying. I'm figuring it out. Um, so actually, I don't know how it works. It's just I kept getting a lot of like images I didn't summon. It was just entering into my mind. So that's why I'm thinking about it. And from time to time, it kind of like it jolts me again. I'm like, okay, I'll look into it. So anyway, definitely, I think I'm gonna do a lot with Twitter, which is a good thing that I'm getting insights about it because I think there's some speculation of Twitter's fate. Um, there's some speculation. I'm looking. I always I find these little suggested, I guess, sort of bits and pieces of information. I'm like, no, Twitter will be fine. I mean, it'll be reshaped, but is that a bad thing? Sometimes we want to kind of shape things to our into our vision of maybe that's within ourselves, and we say, well, "Gosh, I don't get it," but sometimes what it's meant to become, it's something that we hadn't really truly anticipated. There's many times where um, beautiful inventions. There's like so I guess the public decided, in Twitter's case, the world decided like what it would be, what it would become transformed into. They had like a huge process or say into this. So that's where I'm at. So I'm hoping that this is achieved, that I'm able to achieve this. Hmm. So yeah, it's gonna be good. It will be good, I think. Um, Overall, it's just a lot. There's a lot to be said here, in terms of how everything is getting ready to I guess it's since I get the feeling I'm gonna be swinging open doors, like I'm opening doors here, but I need these very real situations to unravel first over the next few days. Which, by the way, it's like this is a time where okay, my I feel like my vibrations and the client is saying, yes, this new opportunity will make things less complicated. That's what this is for. This new journey making things far less complicated. So I'm gonna try to win this. Yeah. Usually this is the kind of thing is like, wow, that's overpowered. Universe not gonna make me overpowered because then it's like, why not? Universe need to what? Because you have to do more work. You have to step your game up. Why? You give them this much. Oh, you get no, that's too much. You know, my angels have to be like work overtime to make them seem greater because that's pretty big. I'd be kind of out there, wouldn't I? Like, yeah, you'd be the star. Really, I'll be the star. And it's like the angels are like, wait a minute, I'm the star. Like you gotta step your game up. We're going big. Go big or go home. I'll be fine. No mediocrity at this level. So, we're taking full on the advantages, you know, shared through the angels. You said it was accessible. It's, you know, something that is achievable. If we put our mind into it, we do everything we say we're going to do. My clients have belief and faith. They're turning to the source. So can you can are you so you can offer a deal, but are you equipped to upholding your promise in the agreement? We universe, are you? Because rather than coming up with excuses, oh, the bar is moved. Yeah. Now universe doesn't have to, so conveniently, universe wouldn't have to like follow through with you know uh, giving the goal because there's no reason to sustain the promise because the goals were not achieved and thus the results of the goals in consequence does not need to be upheld in my clients cases, but that also interferes with their connection to people. Oh, just keep chasing the idea that someday you can change the world. Just keep chasing, yes. Oh, and don't forget to send out a little prayer. No, 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 no. That's not what we were promised. That's not what the agreement said. The agreement said this is obtainable, achievable. We achieve it, they succeeded, and they should get a healthy results from it from the universe. And just frankly, not no less than that, because if the if the uh, you know psychics are not allowed to be wrong, then how are the hosts allowed to be inaccurate or to have shortcoming or low bar or a movable bar again, convenient movable bar where it never allows anyone to obtain real success. That's not that's not the type of spirituality that the spirituality we're working to move away from. So anyway, so these things manifest, they elevate, And then we learn something greater about what it truly means to be aligned with source and what it truly means. Okay, so I know that my next little bit is about the causal mind, the fifth dimension elements. This is where manifestation happens. Oh, yeah, it's coming, by the way. And I can't go any further than that without telling you exactly what it is, what we're going for. But, I probably have already said a little too much already. But it should be good. It should be the experience should be nice. Mm-hmm. Yep. Let me see. So there's no doubt that I want, obviously, as you can pick up on, so you want your clients to really succeed, and you really truly believe they can. Oh, one with all my heart, 100%. In other words, yes. Okay. Oh, well, maybe it's. Oh, I knocked it to the floor. Okay, so I need to write this out. We're focused on. This is manifestations. Okay. There. Make sure that it's all properly in place. And, oh, and it comes by way. And the tower. Don't forget about that. There it is. I think that's what I needed to say. So when you have when you have the past, but sometimes the past, the reason why it's cycled is because it's vibrating at very fast rate. It's erratic, and it's unstable. We go back to stabilize. We have to stabilize. And when we stabilize, it does permit us to tap into our abilities, even the learned abilities that we acquired, even the present, even those related to the past. Um, but also, it stabilizes the connection to people within our lives on a deeper, meaningful, personal level. It brings about health. It brings health. So there's a lot going on with the word restorative energies, slow celebrations. Oh, okay. There's a lot of elements of like love for the past. This is kind of like what they would say, like witnessing, like how slow moving, like the time that's passed, but celebrating it also, like the little steps forward. That maybe perhaps that's the beauty of life. Um, that keeps people in the state of desiring or wanting for things. Um, at least be felt and even checked out in a very it could be a unique way. That gives them a sense of identity. That may even give them um, a hint to the purpose that they're looking for. But then there comes a time when no one. It's like I know people in our spirituality. We want to feel like we're going to spirituality to help someone, but sometimes when you really think about helping someone, it also may have something to do with taking ourselves out of the equation, and that's also helping the person. Or when you help the person, that also means we're taking ourselves out of the equation, because once we help them, that feeling of no longer maybe needed anymore. And people sometimes they mention that, they say, "Wow, all these things coming true, and I'm getting everything I want. I contact you less." It's like, well, the good thing is you won't contact me about these things, and when you have questions about because there's new wonderful experiences you will have. These new wonderful incoming successes that you'll be working on in the future, you'll probably maybe contact me about those, but definitely not these. These as you said, there'll be notches in your belt. You'll have these forever, and and being able to take on um, other little things that either that's something that you thought about. Not saying, oh yes, I'm stifled because I'm so locked in to this past elements. It could be, well, now that I'm not putting energy there, I'm putting energy in new things that I didn't even think that I would be interested in. So it's as you say, um, making this no more, energetically, you're like a responsibility that needs maintenance. Okay, so that's a deep one. That spiritual teaching is a big one. Also, that's the conversation that I was having with the first client that I read for. So my client is brilliant, and one thing I notice about my clients when they're in between jobs or they're let go from a job, or people are coming at them and saying they're gonna wreck their livelihood. One thing they didn't do, they didn't say they're going to take up a life of crime. They didn't say they were going to debase themselves morally. They didn't elect and choose to go and start being um, degenerate in intimacy in the community or within their country. They didn't go underground. They didn't seek people out who are interested in them. In fact, I have clients, both man and the woman, and where a person was strictly in this area for like a adult evening fun time, so to speak. My clients are so empowered right now that they, through their free will, they're opting out of these connections. Even the men are. Like men, would say men and women, can, quick to reconnect, and a lot of them are saying no, don't want no part of it. Only they're investing uh, in relationships that have gone through necessary changes and involution. Inside involution, evolution, involution experiences where the persons now are open now, meaning the conversations are easier to be had. And, the clients discover their worth. But guess what? Those genuine relationships that they care so dearly about also see the value in my clients. And so their lives are improved because my clients are asking about how they're going to do, what they're going to do, will they succeed. My clients will ask, will this person get will they graduate, will they get the interview, and this is a big deal, and I was able to get them through the door. Now the rest is on them, and so my clients are like spending time, investing in them, and they, of course, they're part of that journey, and then they come back into their lives, and the people are meeting up. Even people that were like, you too, I don't want you. Now, even they're like, hey, if you happen to be here, guess what? I made life choices a little too late, however, but made necessary life choices. I'm like active, and if I know you're interested in this, and if you like to, meet up, for whatever, not a problem. Like hit me up, let me know. And my clients are like, I have like they're not coerced or forced or pushed into or feel like, oh, God, God is carved out a path that they have to do this. That's because not true. Free will, and there is a there is a lesson that is there's a lesson that is being drawn and created with the people that we've been, like in the reading, that have been coming through in the reading, where they have reconciled relationships, so many months, and the way that they exit, you're like, there's no reason for a reconnection, but genuinely they want to connect genuinely. Um, so there's other like deeper situations, like just because like there is a universe plan has a universe has a plan. Right, okay. And but through our free will, we make plans, and as you could tell, universe's plan doesn't change. Universe's plan, like in, okay, like Moses and Sarah, excuse me, Abraham and Sarah. Sarai had a plan of her own, right? But the source had a plan. Sarai said, I have a plan too. I'm not going to let go, like relinquish my free will. Of course not. And that source wasn't asking. But source said, I'm still going to do exactly what I'm going to do. But source is the source of all, right of all, and still has to own and has to own that. So when Sarai made a choice to involve Hagar, the source had to come in because everything comes from the source and say, I have I can create out of that, but I still have a plan. And to no fault of Hagar, by the way, who goes on to have who that's ooh, I'm getting too close. I'm about to give it away. We coming for y'all. We coming for y'all. You're not gonna be able to handle this. I'm telling y'all, they're not gonna be, they ain't do nothing with this. It's gonna be like hot potato on in your bare hand. You're not gonna be ready, and you're not the monks. You know you're not gonna be able to handle this heat. Coming with that Angai energy. I can't wait. I'm getting. Ooh, I'm here. Like it's all. I'm burned up inside. So anyway, yeah, I'm excited. About to talk about some things. Yes, gonna we're tapping into we're in the soil, the nutrients and all the little circuits, you know, the little channels, everything spiritual, psychic, connecting to the great tree of life. Yeah, we're gonna do it. It's supposed to be over the next the hours that this is supposed to take place. I'm gonna be working diligently because I got to get ahead of a lot. It's a lot to cover. The good thing is this: I'm only dealing with a chapter. It's just, I guess, like how to lay it out. Um, this is getting ever closer to writing, writing, writing chapters, writing books. Is where books come from. So I'm pretty excited about that. Okay. Yeah, we're getting ready to take off. But once I start, I'll have to like dedicate to it once I begin this journey. Yeah, once I start, I won't be able to stop. Yeah, it's going to be a big one. Yeah, so when people say, how is the universe going to express its will, but we have free will? Easy. Easy. First of all, in partnerships and conversations, you're having conversations. People think that either they're having conversations with themselves or that universe is having conversation with itself. They say itself, but it's a dialogue, and it's two way. Clearly, it's two way. Just as the source wanted, and you know, uh, so, Abraham and Moses they were having a conversation about what the source had in mind, but then Sarai also had something in mind, and both of them were accounted for. And you know what? Both of these conversations, they don't have to be as you say bad. They don't have to be as you describe as bad. In fact, in the New Testament, it goes on to talk about it as well. Like you know, people say this and say that, but you're talking about women who live the best lives when well then it would be when Jerusalem was really good. She's like, she was not what you say she is allegedly. They use the word alleged. She's wasn't anything what you thought she was. Like she was literally royalty. First of all, Egyptian royalty and a free woman. But even if she was, she would be a like her circumstances would be better off. She says, okay, what do you want us to say? What she's a bond woman to whether it be next to a woman, a free woman, or what is a woman? A woman that makes babies who's in a place where he was like, well, this is in her time. Jerusalem was free and prosperous, like so. Basically, it was like poking fun, and then it goes in so much deep elements. It's almost like, well, what do you think women do? Is one of the scriptures, well, people who's bagging on her, should not want to be in her position. Why? Because think about it. She has to take care of Abraham. It's like the writer is also like make. I think it's in Mark. I think it's in Mark. It's like making fun of saying, like wow, here she having babies. It's better off to not have babies with Abraham. You want to have to take care of Abraham. That's one of the scriptures literally. Like I I like y'all are not making fun of y'all should post y'all should talk about that. There's one scripture that literally says, that questions the idea if is that women can do. Well, it says, well, lucky is the woman who it says lucky is the woman who does not bear the children, because then furthermore in the script it says because you have to take care of you'll be stuck with Abraham. It's like it could be your circumstances could be much worse than just like you say having a child. So it's like nobody talks about that. You can't miss that. You can't unhear that. I mean, I heard that loud and clear. Like we're hearing different things. One day I'll revisit that chapter. By the way, that's how I found the chapter, and they were talking about all these other things about like of course the focus was that Hagar was this and that, but that's not. And of course, it's wrong. Again, it literally says, yes, you keep calling her this bondwoman thing. No, she wasn't. And even if she was, look at her circumstances versus like the circumstances you say, well, yeah, actual bond people who are or really are bonds. Like this, you making fun of people who live, in this such and such neighborhood, but they may have the best house on the block, But then you go to somebody else's house, yeah, it's nice, it's big, but maybe it doesn't have much furniture and it's absolutely chaotic to live in the house. Her experience was like being a mama and raising little like royalty, raising babies to become royalty, raising young princes, to go on and establishing, of course, the Arab nation today. So anyway, but all of this is feeding into the great tree, the tree, great tree of life, the sustenance, the nurturing, that the tree is pulling, into universally is to grow and become stronger even. Uh, Collective consciousness. But well, yeah, I'm definitely going to talk more about it. I'm going to talk more in this space. It's going to be very fascinating, very beautiful. But and there's no way that I've given hints on what I'm actually going to talk about on Twitter. You'll know. You'll know. It hasn't even happened yet. But when I do begin, the way it's gonna go is this. I'll tell you how it's gonna go. I'm gonna tell you the results. I'm not gonna tell you what it is because I want to take away the excitement, the thrill for me to do the project. Is that it's one of those things where people can try to like not hear it, not see it, and then they kind of like wake up and they have to hear it and they have to see it and they have to read on it, read about it. They probably have to do. I mean, if you're in that world, and especially if you're in the political world, I'll give a little hint. If you're in the political world, you follow the political stage of what's going on in the world, you have to talk about these things that I'm going to share. The only difference is that I'm going to express it to the psychic realm and describe the symbolisms and things like that. So it's a little bit of a walk, and this does involve some key characters, and people will definitely be kind of, I think, frustrated with that one because they're like, why? Either you're gonna love it, or you're gonna be like, but it's gonna be a challenge. Like if one is trying to have a spiritual revolution, and but they kind of don't. They're trying to have a spiritual awakening. I think a revolution and then a spiritual awakening. Right? There's people who having a spiritual revolution, then there's people having a spiritual awakening, and I think that it's going to shake some worlds, even if they don't even see it. That's why I love my gift. I'm trying to get to the place where no one sees or hears the gift, where it's absolutely zero. I say it, but then it happens. This is with people who are, they could be a neurosurgeon, they could be whatever, and they can have 4 million people, and they can talk about this subject, and you know, and they will have their banter. They'll have their court, but I will make a prediction. There will be zero people to hear it, but when I state it, these things will happen, and then I will share it. And and with no riches received. So it's beautiful because this this raises another question. You know, okay, if there is a spirit, if there's a source, which I think everyone may agree with that on some level, um, is able to show some form of favoritism or like sentient ability to I guess to observe and value, analyze, and just really like what is more beneficial and maybe even becoming to source. Which cup do I choose to drink from? Which cup do I choose to pour the drink into? Because every cup is not even equal. So, yes, I'm I'm getting excited about it. So anyway, definitely. Oh yes, wait. How many? Two. I think 2 hours, 3 hours. I'm 3 hours in. Okay. Well, I have 3 hours to go. Something like that. I think I have like 3 hours to go, you all. I'm working on it. So yeah, a lot of information came through this one. Okay, let's see. And so let's see what the clients are stating here. So sorry, so it says, I hope that the clients never get what they want and none of their hopes and wishes come true because clients who's getting what getting justice, getting just manifestations declare in one's life, identity, championship. That's amplifying the voice being heard. Wow. Um, so things are happening around what's being crafted. This one actually is a parallel. So I always look for parallels. Oh, another parallel, celebration, something to celebrate. It's also destiny, destiny, destiny. So that's the middle of it. Um, Parenthood and business. My clients definitely are great parents, phenomenal parents. That's one thing, that's a quality that working with the clients that I have that they have is that they're determined, they're unafraid, they're risk takers. They're not afraid to follow the instructions that spirit give. And in fact, they'll learn, like they will take on this and come back and like, okay, I did it. Now they do assignments, business, which is they very trustworthy when it comes to business and work. The actual work. Um, the out things that they don't understand that are like an outlook of like for the results, and it seems like how could that ever happen? Like it's almost like genie, give me this. I wish this. Um, and they cross over. Uh, they do. It's true. They do have to oppose what is said, about them, and all coming from out of arguments. That's another thing they have in common. Their growth didn't really start until a huge falling out, like an argument, happened, and it happened in such a way that it was so close to home that it was felt and taken quite personally. Which that's what the source needs. So the source says you need to go through this so that you will know whose side that you're really on. You know you're going to be on the side who has your best interests at heart in the end. You may not be able to feel that right now. You may not think that way right now. But eventually, you're going to say, okay, we we know whose side we better be on. We know who in the end of it all, the end of the day, you know, the champion, who you're working for, because you could say, are you working to prove them right, are you working to prove them wrong, or are you trying to break even? What if you break even? I get that as well. Is there any way of breaking even? You break even. Do you want half of what universe has to offer? Do you want the whole, the entire thing what universe has to offer? And then of course people would suggest, well, is universe offering their wellness, their well-being? But and of course I say, well, how are you ever gonna know if you are unwilling to even attempt the journey? unable to attempt the journey. Hmm. Unable to stay or continue in dedication to continue to dedicate dedication, determination. My favorite word, diligently. Get these things going. All my clients, that's for certain, they diligently, that's my power word, that's the name I gave to my nonprofit organization with the 50C3 status, all that. Diligence by Isaiah Inc. Yeah, all of them have that in common. Phenomenal parents, great at business, determined, brilliant, self starters, self initiative, independent, you know, and willing to argue their right to produce productivity in their lives, in hers and his lives. So, like, high and rich in character, they are. That's what they have all have in common. Even like my newest clients, you know, getting good things. Just we just seen her son off to the Navy, who's oh like by the way has his career just painted on the wall. All he has to do is just follow the arrow. He's going high up in private sector, government, yeah, and he's enjoying him. So he had the time of his life there. Like this is where he's meant to be. She's gonna be very proud. Now, also her personal journey to. She contacted me and said she feels like she's a. They making her feel like she's a private eye because she's in a she works at a very prestigious private school, and and everybody without her even saying it, they know. Like she can't believe it. Like they know that she's working with the members of the royal family. Yeah, like you work with you work with the royal family, the family of guitar. So she said now she says oh no I can't talk about it. Nope nope. Changes the subject. So I can't tell you who I'm going to be working with. Then she'll say well should I just start saying Middle East so that they won't know. They'll just think okay some family clearly you know family with money but they won't trace it back. So she's learning how to protect you know the privacy of the family but also protect her own privacy. So that was very fascinating to listen to she speak this way because I've been blasting her. That's a thing. I awaken auras, and the colors there is the fifth chakra, fifth vibration rays. So yeah, people are wanting to this place of sound. You know, so they're really wanting to talk to her about you know like they're asking like they want to know like how she did it, like what was the process. She has a story, definitely, and right now, maybe not the time she wants to tell it. Someday this will make a really great book. And oh, she talks to me because, yeah, we could tell a beautiful story. Of course, she can, romanticize it into a fantasy with a little bit of realness as well, which you could. It could be just absolutely real, which is still just as fascinating. Of course, it'd be real because there will be romance. By the way, FYI, there will be romance. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So definitely, the reading definitely was right on. About that. Okay, a breakthrough to manifest, commitment issues, learning to say bye. Okay, what's going on? Ego. Okay, something to celebrate. Okay, what is happening? The unexpected in the realm of hesitating about the relationships. Okay, so four. Okay, one more. Surrendering. Oh boy. There's a lot going on over the next less than 3 weeks. About this is dealing with more this it just took a turn. It was earlier it was talking about other like more like business things. Now this one's talking about breakthrough relationships, hard things that are felt, knowing when to break up, when to say bye, when like how you say goodbye. You know, maybe that's why they frown on the Ouija board. The Ouija board, you have to say goodbye. Like people tap into the spirit world, don't know how to say goodbye yet. Hmm. Unexpected turn of events. One was expecting hesitation, hesitating about the twin flame connection or the subject of twin flames, surrendering to it. The way that I read that is that sometimes people, like our twin flame is in the future, and there's a hesitation of surrendering to the future, trying to, create the twin flame in a situation where, and of course having issues with that, like what to commit to, because once you commit to that, then there's a manifesting of whatever the results are. But it's like the purpose is to have a breakthrough, but a breakthrough can also mean a breakthrough within my current circumstances as I'm witnessing, as I'm seeing it. Oh my gosh, challenges, challenges everywhere. Challenges are everywhere. We're trying to have the breakthrough. Yes. Manifest. Commit. Just commit. Commit. Bingo. Mm-hmm. To celebrate this new great find. Celebrate okay, so celebrate a new great find. Celebrate a new. Okay, so okay, so things that are meant to surprise you. So unexpected turn of events may have you to cause hesitation, cause you to overthink things regarding something that you love very much. But know that um, this could be identifying, I guess raising awareness of things that you really love. But also it's about giving into that, accepting it. Ooh. Okay. Donald here. Yes, please. Okay. Pleasure. Welcome. Hi. Oh, you always bring such great light into the readings. Mm-hmm. That's right. I recall. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Absolutely. This is a breakthrough, for you. It's a breakthrough, and you're manifesting these wonderful, like this new insight, into your situation concerning your brother. His situation where he does, he didn't commit to the level of he didn't meet your expectations, and this is also at the part where you're learning or you're understanding like how to say goodbye. It's a lot of like his ego, right? His ego, like his expectations that, oh yes, of course you're gonna look out for him. He's celebrating that. He'll be walking away with something. But he suspects he may not walk away with this much. But you might really, mark off a lot. You might mark off the whole thing. Like you said, it's been over the time where expectations were not met, but this is definitely going to be an unexpected turn of something that he was not expecting to have happen in the future. Like I didn't think about the consequence. I didn't. But at the same time, you're right. But he may, out of frustration, be frustrated. I just, like, say things, but I just get a strong sense that he is very clear. They saying that he does think that he's walking away with something. He doesn't expect to walk away with as much, but he's not thinking, oh, very little or none at all. He just thinks that because you're you, that you will just simply make that correlation somehow. Um, but it's like he's also, what do you call it? It's kind of like he has to accept what your suggestions are. Now, my past readings stated that it's like he wasn't thinking about it, and it's like he's thinking, well, if it's there, it's there, and if, like, why wouldn't it be there? Because this is something you would always make sure he had. But again, the readings also said this. It's expanded on that answer. It said something like there's a lesson here that needed to be learned. That you're teaching a lesson, and so you're speaking to him in a language he understands. Right now he understands in terms of need and want, and when it comes to money and things like, and it's like, hey, it's like you're speaking to his heart by speaking through his wallet. So it's definitely going to impact him differently. Good. No conflict. It's just, he's gonna be shocked. Like he's definitely gonna be like on a practical level. He's gonna be like, what? Because this is so like 180 from the aunt he knows. I mean, from the sister he knows. He's like, oh my gosh, like she. When did she get so tough? Because he just can't believe it. He's thinking because your heart and you're conscionable. You're like, oh, it'd be unconscionable to send him. I couldn't do that. Even we, he's gonna not work for me anymore. At least gonna send away with something. Now you're saying, well, what's gonna happen when he finds out the real you, this new improved you? He's like, oh boy, what did I? Oh, like I really must have messed this one up. That's what he's gonna feel. But at the same token, it sets him on the path to where he begins to really grow as a person. Most importantly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. I felt that she was. I felt that she's well, I felt that she would go because of, him, and like I keep seeing them entangled still. So it felt like very much that she is like going to go, and it only makes sense that this would happen like right now, like as we bring in the last 2 weeks of June. So right now, I mean, I sense that she's well, you asked about her before. She's actively searching to move, like to, I guess, find another job for herself. Is what I see actively. I feel like she's gonna get this. She'd get this job, but she'll know over the next like with well, just keep showing me the 2 weeks of June that she's moving on into the new opportunity for her. Hmm. Right. Well, I get the sense that it feels for now they're trying. It's like another maybe another location, but it seems like a little farther out from where you are. Like I keep seeing like a move, something like a move. I don't see them necessarily moving out of the region, but not a big move, but I just see a move. And it feels like, I mean, it seems like there's distance between where she's going to, find work and where she comes to work with you. Like there's distance, what I could tell. Right. Even okay, as the reading suggests that she's making these kinds of moves and wanting to get these jobs because he's making moves and doing things differently. So she's trying to figure out like how to they can move together more or less. Now I saw that he's interested, but he has to work up to, let's say, moving out of the region. It feels that wherever he's at currently, like locally where he's at right now, this is where he's going to find work for now. But there is a bigger plan to move, as you say, maybe to Birmingham, but a little farther out, like another completely different section or sector. But it's like for now, it seems to be very like what they call it, like where they are currently, but just a little, maybe a little farther out, but at outskirts, maybe that's a little later in the year when they want to move. Okay, a little farther out. I feel like, by the way, when you now that we're on this subject, I feel like your brother has been on this journey to wanting to go into another like region or move a little further out. He's been mapping this out for months now. Kind of like he kind of wanted this to happen. Okay, you understand. Okay, you got him. Good. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. 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 Okay. Understood. Right. Understood. I have a feeling that this time around he won't do it. Not this time around. This one's gonna be different. Not saying he's not gonna have things to work out, but I mean like he has to find a way how to make this time work, rather than coming back to you because it's the way that he leaves this time that sort of says, Okay, all of the burden and responsibility is now completely on my shoulders. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. 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 Right. Hmm. Right. Hmm. Right. 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 I get it. Okay, so let's connect with their energy. It's don't okay. They said don't take the child, challenge me. Okay, that's what they're saying. If you don't, in other words, if you don't take the child, you'll have to challenge me, challenge us. They, not me. They're saying. In other words, they're saying they're having like a tug of war, power struggle with you. It's only because it's not even they're not even making this about the child because that's your first your intuition is right. They're trying to put it onto you. Oh, it's not fair for the child. As in pretend like you said you gave them that. By the way, you said it's not about you all. It's about the child. As they're saying, it was not fair to the child because really what it comes down to is we, we don't want to give you an extra body because you asked. And then there's the fact that, well, you could say no. So you said, I'll say no. Okay, well, we'll lend you a body. And it's like inadequate because they're trying to keep the same power energy. They're not, we call, like when you have to give concession, they don't want to give concession. They don't, that means this is a big one because it means that they don't want to work with, they're like compromise. They don't want to compromise. They don't want to reach a, like you said, it's not about us not having the ability to take on a child, but why won't you work with me, make this easier for me to help the child and do what's right, and help the child. You said help the child fully, fully. And so that's what, so they're making disgruntled because how dare you challenge us, and make us give you a body, and we, like you described, and we don't want to, we gave you a week, it's going to make it such an inhospitable business arrangement as much as they can, because they're trying to hold on to ego. It's like, well, like they say, look, I make myself smaller to make the child bigger, like amplify. If I lower my voice, my tone, and this child's voice and identity can be amplified, you'll see the child and not me, and you'll take on the child, and then I could find, okay, you need somebody, not a problem. Okay, I send your body, give you the money to the funding and all of that. Okay, is that good? Is that good? We good? Great. Thank you so much. Instead of that, you're getting this. Oh, you're gonna make us send you a body. You're gonna make us. You're like, we're paying you, but they're making it where it's almost like you said. This is like setting me up to where I don't perform as well. I don't perform well, or I'm very uncomfortable trying to deliver the excellence that I'm used to. They're making me uncomfortable that I can even fulfill get the job done good, great, and excellent. That's but so that I don't see anything coming. I don't see them coming at you. But I do get the sense that working with them in the future, like any future interaction, could be, the air will be a little tense. I mean, but it's always been tense, of course. You're used to dealing with this energy. You had to readings in the past said you had to, like you said, you've been standing up to them and they haven't liked it since, because it makes them work. They really had to work and really reach deep down into their humanity and say, okay, what's more important, my parents in my ego or the child? Replacing this child. Okay, so now a bit of a, as you say, they're not even a stalemate. Like they're not gonna. I mean, I just get sense that they're trying to use intimidation. You already know they're trying to intimidate you and pressure you into just accepting and and agreeing. Is kind of like when kind of like a shoving match in a who was in line first type of thing. And you're like, I know I'm right. I know I'm in the right. You came and cut me off. Traffic jam is like you're cutting me off. So that's where they're coming from. It's not even it's not even, it's no longer about what the whole meeting is really about. Like you said about the child, it's no longer about that. So they like you probably won't necessarily hear from them. They're definitely not going to come at you directly. It's just from now, like going forward, they may make the air thick. Like you said, let's say you walked into a hostile online type of vibration. Like you might every time you work with them, you might feel like it's a bit hostile, thick energy, kind of type of situation. Mm-hmm. Yes. Right. 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 But oh, I apologize. They don't find anything. They don't find anything because this what you're doing is ethical. Because if you had take on the child and you said I was given unfair disadvantages from the very start, then they're gonna say you didn't think to take on the responsibility to say no, that you just are not equipped, to handle this situation, handle the child, and But now you're ahead of it, and you're saying no, I cannot accommodate with this lack of support, even if with backed by funding, and you're saying it from the very beginning. Now they're saying, well, you won't take the child. That's not a little unfair. And it's like if you do, if you don't, you don't. But so but right, but when you said so, he gonna like check things out and open up but guess what? The reason why you're loved and you're the beloved is because of your excellence. It's because you're this way, because you made a decision like the one that you're making today. I can't accept the child. Like these decisions that you're doing right now because you care about the client so much and you have wonderful results, right? And they know it, by the way, because they already that was part of your gift to bring in the new year, that your name would be sung right, and so they know that. That's why they keep making this a big deal. It's got to be you to take the child. No, go find you can go. I invite you to go and see if other people. No, it's got to be you. Not to the point where they're saying, well, it's either you or else. So definitely they know of your, of your accomplishments, in these situations. They know how valuable and wonderful you are. They're just, they're trying to push, like you said, they're trying to bully. They're bullying right now. That's it. But when they go and they start looking up things, they're not gonna find anything. He's just saying, okay, from now on, I know whose side you're on. I'll just always, I'll open up the full microscope every time that I see your file. I'm gonna go through every little nick and cranny. You don't want to work with me. It's kind of like what they call like bulldog in the office. He's just playing ball, trying to roll you around like a ball. Oh, I'll make this difficult for you. You better walk the fine line, or else, because if I see it, I'm gonna say something. That's all he's saying. Like he's not gonna go back and find something and say, "Oh, well, looky, what we have here." That's not gonna happen. And even if you say, well, you meant specifically this situation concerning the the child, like as you are right now, the child is not being discriminated against. It's not even. They made it about not the child. Like you're saying, help me make an improved situation environment for the child, safe for the child's safety. You're talking about safety reason concerns. You're like, I don't want to alienate from that. You're like, I don't want to, step down from that. From that responsibility. You said that's your responsibility. He's like, You said I'm taking charge, and they're not allowing you to fully feel comfortable, and you're just asking them to clarify. You're asking for them. Well, why not? Mm-hmm. They will. They will, but I have a feeling that for a while they won't. I think they're going to be under a lot of pressure. I think their ego is going to say, like, instead of like their ego is going to say, "Come on, just agree." I think he's going to come back though with some kind of term because I don't think they're going to find anybody right away, and they're going to get really nervous over the next 3 weeks. But he's going to come back with you and say, "Okay, how about this?" He's going to like concerning the body that you need that you're per to your request. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Indeed. Right. Mm-hmm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Right. Beautiful. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Perfect. Mm-hmm. Yes. I have a feeling that they're going to, before they actually find a place for the child, they're going to come back and present you yet with another one. If it's satisfactory, they do have to play to your liking, and if they do not, it's like they will decide. Of course, they already. I feel like they're going to find a place for the child. It's going to just take them a little less than a month to do it. They'll find a place, but they really were. They know of your excellence, right? So they're really hoping that they could make this work, and that's why I think they're going to come back with another like presentation or another little offer of what they would be willing to like to offer you that would make it more attractive to take on the child. Oh, and this is over the next 2 weeks. Well, I thought they're going to somebody another I guess organization or persons will ultimately take on the child. Like I just get the sense that you might still decide not to take this child, like just like how things are unfolding so far and how unwilling they seem to be of help. Like they don't seem to be very helpful. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Very wise. Right. Yeah. Well, I get the sense that they were okay. So in the vibrations dealing with this particular like path, it always felt like they were being overridden because your name would definitely would precede you, but it would go right past them, and and of course they are seen as you say want to be your op. They want to be your opposition on everything, and cause problems and make they put you under duress and we already know to what extent like how apathetic that they were during you because I remember doing the readings and you were expecting twins and so you was like like you can we there's no way you can let them slide by on anything anymore because will try every little thing to get this taken. It's you say privilege. You're very privileged, and that's something that they cannot stop because they said they cannot stop what do you call it your manifestation, like the things that your results. They cannot stop that. They can't, and it's personal reasons why. It's coming from a personal space. Well, why are they doing this? It's almost like asking a person, "Why are you so successful?" I mean, just outright, just it like blatant, like say it like that, like so why are you so good? And to say it with the tone in which, you say it comes a little arrogant, right? A little arrogant. You're excellent because you worked really hard, and you care. And you demonstrate that. She just doesn't want to see you happily succeeding. Succeeding one thing, but happily succeeding, so I just get this. She won't be able to go very far with this, and they're going to help you anyway. Like they're going to refer to, because they care about the clients as well, just as much as you do. So they're going to keep the companies referrals. They're going to the families, right? Who are saying we please work with our family member. They're going to keep finding you, Diana. They're going to keep finding you. A pleasure as always. Oh gosh. Yes. Ooh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. It's not okay. It's okay. I'm in 3D world. It's 156. It's okay. It's okay. It's 156. Diana is okay. Diana is a queen. No, real African princess. Real African like she's literally um had the equipment and she's have like land like ancestral land and looking and she has equipment for them to mine for gold type royals. Yeah, she's a real deal. And then she's abroad, and what she does is work with clients or children in social services. But she owns her own private company, and she has real estate throughout big houses and buildings in the UK. Though she also has like a queendom in Africa and Zambia, and oh well, all of that. So, and she has a team there who's oh yeah, you know. Well, I mean, so yes, we are working with Africa royalty to be exact, and is bringing riches, gold, with the equipment, their own equipment, to mine for the gold, to enrich and put into whatever endeavors because it's theirs. Whatever they choose to do with it, mind your business. So yes, we are working with Africa. We're not just working with the Arab nations, kingdoms. We're not just working with Europe, United Nations, or excuse me, the United Kingdom. We're not just working with the United Kingdom. We're not just working with America. Okay, we're working with. Oh, we're not just working with India, Singapore, China, France. We're working with Portugal. We're working with everybody. Every everybody. Royalty. Yes, even from Africa. Yes, yes. Why wouldn't? Why wouldn't we? That made me a little. Y'all better leave. Y'all better leave Lady Diane alone. Y'all about to make me mad. No, she's a princess, African princess. Gosh, there's a lot of people checking in. Yeah, what's wrong with you people? Get it together. She's over there. Her business is about helping society and taking care of people and clients and getting them where they are stable enough, where they can like live and thrive and be there in need and get them the type of services, social services that help them to find their round to the right to exist and to 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 have some sense of normacy and independence. And again, did I mention she is from Africa? She's also doing work in Africa. Back okay, right. She's has her own equipment, access to her own equipment to mine for their own gold. Okay, okay. So y'all working with Africa. Okay, all right. But we're also working with United, Europe, all across. You know about my lady who is Danish. So my lady who is African, yes, but also my lady who is Danish. Oh, and she's smart, by the way. The one down I just talked about, one that's from Africa. Her daughter is like, all in the prestigious universities of London. Yeah, and big degree. Not like scientific degree. Okay. Hmm. And she's street smart too. Like she quick. Her wits. I mean, the daughter. She's not like, trying to get into, trying to, like, she maneuvered relationships. She's dodged bad student roommates. Yeah, she's because her mom actually had her working on for her, and of course she made her own money. So she also, it's not just, oh yeah, my mom is, no, she worked for me, got etiquette, exposure. So she decided that instead of taking a year off from university, she has one more year left then she graduates. I've been working with her before, as she's entering into university. So she's fast track, by the way. So her daughter is going to do the work experience and then go straight into her final year. So yeah, and of course, my woman from Denmark, my lady from Denmark, her daughter and son just are off to college. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So yeah, hmm smart people I want to say smart people produce smart kids. I want to say that so bad. I know it's a little bit more complicated than that, but the idea the idea is pretty cool. Y'all got nothing on. Y'all can't mess with my psychic predictions. I'm too psychic for you. No one's no one's um, no one's been able to challenge me either. They're like, you're psychic, make yourself rich. Well, I always said, like, the men who read with me, all I have to do is just whatever answers I give to them, all I have to do is do it myself. Do it with them, I guess. Bitcoin. I predicted Bitcoin. You already know what's up. Stocks. Yeah, my client Denmark, she working with stocks as well. They work with stocks and things like that. Like everything that she's interested in, that we've been dabbling. Oh boy, she was kicking herself because she had contacted me, and because she didn't contact me before, and then she was kind of like doubting, and I was telling her, I was like, you do know I read stocks, and I told her, I said, don't sell your stock. She's like, so that well, and I said, well, you can now get the stock because, well, I might get one stocks in Europe. Well, then guess what? Within an hour's time, like by morning, the stocks that she sold for very little because she was afraid, it shot up through the roof. The very same one. And in fact, it trended. I was like, I bet she is like, I was so close. Yeah, I was like, I'm like, sweetheart, you can't play with me like that. So if I do happen to tell you how to win the lottery, you better not be in your play bag. You better be like on. You better act like you on like Disney Channel and you stole something, like an artifact or the magic lamp, and you then rubbed that lamp. A genie came out and said, Your wish is my command. You better act like you're on Disney, like you're the villain on Disney. You got the mustache. I don't care if you're female. You better be like, now I got the secrets. You better run with those secrets so fast to the bank. if 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 I tell you, if I share this information with you, because I might not share it, I might not tell you. Like you just now, I'm don't talk about this. She didn't even know. We've been talking for a few years. She didn't even know. Like you, wait a minute. She couldn't even believe that I, because she's thinking, oh yeah, stocks as in like I study stocks. I'm like, no, 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 no. Remember, don't conflate it to that. I know your industry. You're a lawyer. I predict the future. And I'm telling you, this stock, you okay, the persons who study it are gonna make it work. But I'm telling you, but then the question is it going to be successful? A person who is creating the software would call and say, am I gonna do really well in this project? Will this project go through? Will my superiors like it? Will it be like very successful? Do you know how much, like, will it bring in a lot of money, like in terms of our number in our minds? That's, yeah, they would be asking me these types of questions. Engineers, so people, you're like, yes, you're not an engineer, don't worry about it. Well, the engineers are having psychic readings, and they're talking with me about how to navigate and how to, like, will things work out. Yes, they go do the formula, but I can foresee where they're heading, and so that's why they ask. Like, counselors don't predict the future. You don't predict the future. They don't predict the future. But does it mean that they have to contact a psychic? No. But I'm saying, if you're in front of me, with my track record, you might as well ask. Hey, is straight up? Is this? I'm looking. I'm playing with the stocks. You think this stock is gonna do really well? I was just, well, I say, please don't. I was like, please invest in that stock. Please get it again. Within hours, as always, it was trending. Stocks go up, and I'm like, if she's saying that, she's gonna be like, like, now you know. Yes, I do read the stocks very well. So yeah, there's certain gifts like this. Like people ask me, so what do you do? What can you do? It's so much. I like if I start talking about it on time, like you're paying for that time. No, you can't. I can't do that. It's like, well, first of all, let's just start with the basics. What brings you here today? Let's start there, and then I'll definitely tell you what I can. If there's something I can't do, I'm very quick. I like, look, I can't answer this question, or I don't have or they give me an answer, but it may not be what the answer that you might be expecting. So I mean, I don't mind saying like, look, that's just something I don't see. It's not that I can't answer it. It's just that if I don't see it, I don't say it. So it's like, well, I don't really see anything with this, so I can't speak on it on something I can't see. I mean, that's the whole point of being a seer, is that I can see things. Um, yeah. So yeah. So it's not about winning lottery or guess following pathways that would get money to me. That's it, I can do this gift and not. I don't need money to do a psychic reading for people, and I can do the psychic reading just because I want to. But I'm very fortunate that I have contracts that allow me to read for people who are willing to pay for the services. You see, so I'm fortunate in that way, which so that people will become more and more aware of exactly what is a psychic and what a psychic does, and also what a psychic can potentially do. I like to read openly and have these, like, as close to the fire as we can get. Of course, maintaining privacy, and share with you all what I am doing in the space of a psychic. in the in the service of a psychic, more or less. I think that's how that goes. Oh my gosh. Okay. So roughly 2 hours. Okay, I'm gonna go grab something really quick, and I'll be right back. Okay. So, all right. So I'm back. Okay. So what? It is 2:12. Okay. Well, okay. So, oh, I hope everyone is having an amazing day. We're just getting through it. Had a phenomenal weekend, fantastic weekend, and so definitely it's beautiful. Gosh, outside is beautiful. Out there, I had to. If I wanted to come in and do a little bit of work, because busy, 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 the world never stops. I would have to like go get mine very early, so that morning air was nice and wonderful, and I'll be able to do something a little later in the evening. Oh yeah, but I'm coming at you all with heavy, something heavy, heavy topic. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be nice. You're gonna love this. The heaviness of the subject is on its way. Hopefully, if I do it right, it's a story. It'll tell the story. Hmm. I'm getting ready because we have to win. Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Get back to center. Um, see what comes up. What was that? What's going on here? Um, okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Mm, 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 mm. So like romantic, romantic resolution. There's a lot going on in the fifth dimension. I mean, I keep getting that all day. So that's a lot to do with manifestation. Um, this is figuring out what the whole work was for, what the whole process, the job was for, like why he had to do something, or why is there a connection. Okay. This one is a tricky one. Uh, hmm, somebody trying to maybe cut corners, maybe sustain, a convenient agreement, but it's a cycle. It becomes a problem. Um, easy, fixable, something to connect with easily. Again, we were just talking about compromise. I'm still connected to that reading. That reading made me so passionate. But memories, what does it do? So over compensating creates a false sense of security. False sense of security. Okay. And the remedy, what's the remedy? Attachment. I think it's to, I don't think there is a remedy. It's kind of like accepting things as they are. Embrace it, leave it. Uh, if they wanted to compromise, they woulda. So they have to accept that they don't want to. Hmm. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, yeah. Cycle. Okay. That that is there is an action there. I think there is definitely an action with this. The action meaning which way is beneficial. The action is acknowledging that uh, someone trying to cheat. This keeps coming up over and over and over. Be wary. Someone keeping you intentionally in cycles. They wanted to make it work, they would. They don't want to. Acknowledging that helps you, I would say, deal with the gaslighting. So deflate your ego right away. Burst your bubble. The faster you burst your balloon, the quicker you'll get your answer. You'll connect with reality. Hmm. She's right now. She's even my client is even working. Like she's even what do you call it? Transcending her family. Her family are like what do you call it? They're privileged and or they feel privileged and have and obligated her, to always come through for them. And so she's breaking those habits and she's doing it all across the board as well. It's beautiful. By the way, when I began reading with her, we got to the part where she became pregnant with twins. She had her twins. Her business has grown exponentially, and she has an accent, definitely. Well, she's African descent, I believe, Zambique, and yeah, we already talked about. I keep mentioning this. She has equipment to mine for gold. She finds gold. She finds the gold, by the way. She did ask. Who wouldn't? You would ask. I've also worked with people who are working with oil in Africa, who are friends, where it's Arab and Africans working together. And by the way, I was reading that with this one, I was reading for the richest billionaire. Of course, that one was an easy one. I already knew that one. This person showed up and my reading, and the moment that he started talking about, it's like I know who, but I didn't tell him who that I know. It's like, okay, I gotta really help him. So I have read for people associated. I don't know him personally, but I do know my clients work with them because it has basically the nephew and my client have been friends since childhood, since they were young boys, children. Now they're adults and they're still maintaining their friendship. Makes you rethink about people in nations. You know, wow, an Arab uh, and an African, become friends for like life friends since childhood. Friends, best friends. Like you spend a little bit of time with someone, less than a year, you're like, I know this person, I know them. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Like you say, I know this person for a year, but then you gotta say, yeah, I only spent, like minutes only talking. You probably can add up all the minutes in 24 hours, less than 24 hours that you actually spent speaking with the person. Like you never like maybe spent even a weekend with them, let alone 8 hours, like a full day, or like once a week. What you meeting up with them like like people don't even go to mass that often. Like you think, but you meet this person like every Wednesday or something. You want where you going to the mosque with them, like every Thursday or something. No, you're not. Like Saturday, Saturday Sabbath with. No, you're not. I don't know them. I know them for a year now. No, you know them for roughly 24 hours, if that, over years, throughout a year's time. Yeah, so definitely, got an eye opener. The way that humans engage and interact, and where intersection beautifully happens. When it's beautiful, yes, it worked. When it's beautiful, wonderful. Plant flowers on the crossroads. So, for me, it's a little rare, to be honest. It's a little rare. So, I definitely, when I see it and it's genuine, I don't mind highlighting it. I'll be right back. All right. Whew. So where we at? Okay. Okay. Next, okay, so this next meditation dialogue, yeah, the Wheel of Fortune and Two of Swords. Right on time. I bet they're gonna ask about business and what's happening next. Donald here. Okay. Welcome. A pleasure. Always good to hear from you. Absolutely. Yep. Mm-hmm. Work. Yes. I'm in meditation and I had already started laying this out, and then my brain I said, I know we're going to be talking about Jupiter. And you said it's about work. Yep. I'm following. I'm listening. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay. Well, there is one thing. Um, okay, so the work, the client definitely feels, like connected with you. Well, you have a lot going on. Like you said, you're also pulling in your gentleman. Your gentleman definitely is something about expand. What they call it, the mind is expanding. This is a big year for both Kevin and you. By the way, a big year. This is also a revolutionary, like a breaking out and away from, or breaking more into. But you both are seen as one. So so you both are you're experiencing this alongside your husband. But there is something that he needs to share with you because he's breaking away, meaning he's gaining his firmness, his firm footing from a subject, and but it's something that he and you would be coming out of, but it's going to come down to, so when it comes down to what is it, how is this, why is this affecting or pulling on you this way, because it's going to be whether, like, do you agree with your twin flame. I know you two are going to stand together showing that, but it might be maybe some healing or maybe some information that's coming, channeling between your husband and yourself, meaning I can see some points, but I may not agree with them all the way, because it may be something to that effect, or it might be, well, why is he doing it this way? There's other ways he could manage this, but he's gaining footing, a firm footing in his own way. Your husband Kevin, conversations with someone else, and basically it's like well, we can now go into the other detail. Well, exactly what is he doing? Well, they said that is this almost, how Kevin has this big aura of like the need to understand everybody. Like he's always trying to relate to you. Like, you're trying to relate to the wrong people. To your husband. I'm imagining you saying sometimes, Well, he's doing that again. So it's like he's not hearing them, he's not feeling them. It's kind of like when people go out of their way, he's like, I can feel they're trying to make us feel uncomfortable. Kevin is like, what are you talking about? What do you want about? So it's kind of like, well, I'm gonna do this anyway. I'm gonna. He's like, he has. Okay, first of all, he and you are standing in emotions. The symbols that represent emotions at the highest vibration. So as an aura, it's like this big protective aura that's all emotion and it's impenetrable right now. It's like Kevin is so tapped in. Not many people can really get to him right now. Can bring him down. I mean, you probably the one who can get through to him. But these thoughts are Kevin's thoughts, his own thoughts and ideas. So there's no one getting through to him to like sway him. It's all coming from him. And but you can, of course, you can get through. Say things and get him to pay attention. But right now, he's like he's gonna do things, and you're gonna feel like we should just maybe stay away. He's like he's going in. He wants to go into into the zone. What I'm trying to say, Kevin's gonna choose to go into the zone. You're gonna say, Kevin, let's go around or let's go the opposite direction. We don't need to be here. Kevin's like I just see him imagining. They says like he's just walking. You're like like going to join side by side him, and then before you know it, you're like, oh boy, here we go. But even though you both are energetically are one soul, of course, he's pulled in. By the way, work with the clients you mentioned earlier, and Kevin's situation somehow is triangulated. Everything right here is like a triune, and triunes actually are quite harmonious. They're like the top harmonious, right? So you might feel like everything kind of like is in link or in sync. Oh, if I may say too about the clients, that is a very complicated situation because it okay they trust you 1,000%, right? And they kind of want to leave it to you. They want you to kind of put it together, and it's like they're not going to tell you how to do it. They're like, you just do it. They're not even going to tell you how. They give you like an outline. They're just expecting you to do it. By the way, it sounds good, but that is the thing is I can tell it doesn't answer your question. Like, okay, so what is it that would help? What would give them satisfaction? What can I do? What is it that they're trying to look for? Then it's like, okay, so they're leaving it to you to decide. Okay, what are their options and what do they have available to them? Hmm. In fact, you might find some energetically some similarities. You operating with your husband, right? Your twin flame, and apart. Well, and at the same time, the clients that you're working with. It's like right. It's like nobody can really tell them anything, but they're listening to you. That's what you might find. Just like wash, and then they really believe that they think that things are fine. We're gonna really like evolve. We're gonna really come out ahead. On this other side and better people. And you might get that feeling, the same optimism that you're finding in your husband as well. They're very much entangled. But you know what I gather? Okay, so what do you get out of this? Like, what does this mean for you? Well, besides partnership and communication, the ability for communication, um, oh yeah, it's very, as you say, very light sensitive. So you might find that it's very like, like usually this is extremely like progressive, but in a good way. Like flashy technology. Like you might find yourself at the computer a lot. Things like that, and fact checking errors, edit. Okay, and moving power is that too. Okay, so is the fact that it's surprisingly supported by the fire sign, the Ram, which is giving you like the Ram is giving you all of the well besides with the power we already mentioned, but also the ability to independently make decisions, make connections, these kinds of things. You might find that okay, like the next steps you make or the next words you say, has a lot of weight, and that you're called to more or less stand in as a leader, like coming in with some leadership elements to this as well. So you definitely will be, having an influence in decisions that are being made. That's where you play in. Oh, and also to activate action. So you could have your husband do something that translates as an action, and also the clients as well. Something that you'd want them to do, right? Or to make an action, like, okay, I need them to take an action or do something or step up or fill this out. You'll find that they do it like right away for you. They're really listening. Mm, okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Yes, oh, 1,000%. Because I am seeing that. Well, okay, so the okay, like the edge of the little last bit of the reading illustrated that these changes that you're describing, it's meant to be like something that is a bit permanent, like it's a permanent type of situation, and it elevates and it protects the self, kind of like looking for the tangible, or even maybe even rewriting or resetting something that was done in the past, like something that is seems permanent now, and then we create another trend, and then that becomes the new permanent, the new reality, is what they're saying. But it's in the form of something that I was alleged to have done, or something that maybe I didn't do, but now that I've done it, it can be updated. Now it's properly in place, long for like permanently, like a permanent situation. And so that's why that's my idea of like when you're asking. So, is this surrounding this? Like what you described, what you with the client. I believe so. I believe it's a yes. It's a yes. This what you like. You're gonna find a way, to get this updated. The dates to be updated. I have a feeling you're gonna find a way to have that done. Something that it seems to be needed to proceed forward. No, he's learning how to say, "Dear, you're right." He's learning to say, "Rebecca's right." They said he had to go through that. It's so funny. You need him right now. Like you need his, even if it's his opinion, you need it. You need him to, communicate with you. But at the same time, he's your twin flame is learning to accept your side, like because you have an opinion too, and you also have the kinds of opinion that are like like thought out, and you are correct in a lot of ways, and you are correct in a few things, recent things, or seem recent, most recent things, conversation wise, it's all come to the light, where he says, "Oh yes, I gotta go with Rebecca's answer." So I think he's dealing with some of that, like because he's going through. You're watching him literally go through the transformation. Like you said, he would happen in his own way, but you need him present on the ground, like while he's the symbol that we use is the butterfly, from the chrysalis. He's out have his wings, and he's like, "I can see everything, I can sense everything." You're like, You're like, Kevin, I need you to answer this like practical question, this scientific question right now. And he's enjoying the feelings. Like right now, he's on he's on cloud 9, right? He's 2 feet off the ground. Like you're like literally holding him like so he doesn't ascend to up there any further into the skies because right because there's a lot he's emotion like his emotions emotions is having him to be elevated. He's elevated. I know if you felt that. I think you felt that. He's elevated. He feels really good. And he's got a wonderful Rebecca you. He's got things going on, of course, with Georgia and fiance. He has some things were just going really great for him, like a really great time in life. He's found his something, that one thing that makes life so special. He has it. So right now he is as you say, a little bit beside himself, is he? A little bit ethereal. Yep, true. Absolutely. So you need him to come down and connect. And the best way is, of course, like you said. They said through action, like action wise, he'll do as you're sharing with him. Right now, he's communicating with you non-verbally, maybe like emotionally. He's communicating with you, like he can sense emotionally things going on with you, and like he can sense you. He's feeling you out and communicating with you. Like you're giving him what like the answers that he needs to know simply by your emotional connection you share. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. 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 Mm. Right. Your writer side is coming out. The writer. You're learning, kind of like like this festival also feels like it was. Like you said, it was like lectures. Sitting in lectures, and people were surprise speakers and etc. And you're taking down notes. It's like this is a like you said, whenever you're in a learning space and you're imagining yourself, you could like they call like organically seeing the steps. You're being guided into the next phases of learning, and it's like your lucky time. Starting to make sense to you. By the way, Jupiter's your friend. It's corresponded twice already, which means Jupiter is about justice. And, Jupiter number 1. Yep, it's such a but it's also about the public. It connects us to the public, but also again it also shows us not only the one side of the coin, but also the other side of the coin. It's all sides. It shows all reveals all sides, good and the bad. Whatever, or less value and higher in value at the same time. So like good things are happening with this associated with luck. Like this is a lucky vibe or time with you. Of course, definitely I can definitely see that. It's kind of like this with your husband Kevin, therefore with the clients. So definitely might find there's luck in business, but also luck in this specific situation regarding, like the festival in itself, the meaning of the festival, because this starts to talk about like design, like you said, you're focusing now. You're starting to think about writing again, post, the layout, the design. So you're getting ready to craft this again, but you also might find that like your technical side is definitely going to come out for sure, 1,000%. But it's unforeseen what happens when it's activated. They said that this would come from a place of nurture. So which direction do you take? I think it's like you said, it's maybe not right now. Is the subject that you might bring up regarding the past, but at some point, like you said, you're beginning to be pulled in that direction. By the way, the Venus right now is making everybody feel like the armor that we had before that made us so tough, and like we just was impenetrable. Now that armor has come off, and we're open to all the feelings, and those feelings such as the ones that you're mentioning right now. It's like especially in the process of healing, finding that healing space that's amplified. It's amplified. So like needing to nurture that healing, that place of where you feel comfortable. That's what it's about, by the way. It was when you would feel comfortable sharing such a knowledge as this. But they also mention the last part of that, the end of that is you'd be in great like in your power. Definitely, you'd be in your power when you actually begin to share this information, because we said we put it away for a while. So I guess this means full circle. So full circle is back, and then like okay, like you're feeling the electricity. You're in control, and I think you're gonna tell a beautiful healing, like a story of resilience and strength, and justice. Just keeps coming up. Justice is yours today. Just everything just. That's what it's about. Like I would say it's a theme for today. Like hand in hand. Mm, mm, right. Mm-hmm, 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 right. 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 But you know what's interesting? Everything you just described, that's exactly what the universe said that he would beget. He would, most importantly, the last bit of that, we recall. It's like like you just told me. The man doesn't have a legacy to live behind. Like for the lifestyle that he in his first stepping into his pursuits, with his entire life ahead of him as a young man, like everything you said. In addition, he has no legacy behind. Like no one will remember. No one think of him as when he shows up. Oh, just dropping in for a visit. No one is excited. No one's like, oh, he's a, you know, like like a job well done. Like he's exceeded, and now he's an elder, and now he gets to enjoy life. What do us the honor. You visit. What can we do for you? And none of that. All of it just bland. That's how they said. Like you said, you use the word. You said complete loser in one word. Like complete loser. That's what they described him too. They said that justice won't happen in the context of, well, you are a lawyer, so like you said, it doesn't make any sense. But they also said, but you're giving a gift and you're making things happen, but you get to. It's not just limited to just one type of, I guess, sense of justice, but many. So you're using your powers in many ways. Your power, right? Using it in many ways, not just in this instance, but as you are interested in speaking on these instances. But they said again, when you are ready to tackle this one, because it's a biggie, because this one's close to home. They said you're going to have the not only the power, the skill, you're going to have utilized your ability to do this, your gifting. I mean, your gift of information, and you're going to know exactly what to say. And it's going to be, and yes, it was always meant to be public. It was meant to put you in front of, in fact, this whole circumstance guided you to microphone, guided you to the behind the panel and having public speaking. So you were always going to bring him to justice, even although then we say unfortunate that the you say the enforcers of the laws, but you that's your realm. That's this is your beautiful spiritual realm. Didn't didn't have the measures, the procedures to make that happen in an effective way that you causing you to feel that there is a that you said looking for that longing for that sense of justice, justice that with your height and your abilities now had to achieve on your own. But you said I had it wasn't that you uh, bowed out in the middle, didn't go all the way. It's just that it's more. It was you would get more done by letting this go rather than holding on and expecting them to do something that you're going to eventually do yourself. The things that you're the defaming him and all these that happened discreetly, and that was really all they went for. They're patting themselves on the back. Well, look at them now. But you're like, it still wasn't quite hitting it. That part was always meant for you. That part is meant for you. Mm-hmm. Today, it sounds like you're about ready to do it. It's like you're ready to take aim. I'm listening, I'm following, and I can tell you're getting to that point where you're like like you're ready to teach the world, teach us a thing or two, and open our eyes in ways that the people that we look to sort this all out, right? Just they don't have the ability to do it. They're like, well, what would you, the first thing they're gonna, what would you like us to do, ma'am? We can lock them up, Okay, I'm still not happy. Okay, what more can we do? Like, you said, no, things need to change. Even the way that they went about all of this, you would say, things just need to change. Even in the way they handled this situation, I'm not happy. I'm not impressed. So it's like, okay, that you're going to and do your investigation. You know how you do. You deep dive. And maybe it became a healthy obsession, and then you're like, now I know what to talk about with your colleagues and people who you're going to rub elbows with, being in the social realms that you're entering into, social realms that are of society in manner, and having people say, wow, okay, this is passionate to Rebecca, therefore this is passionate for me. I can see what she's talking about. I can resonate. I can feel that. And oh, they have you on speed dial, and, or they, as you said, well, they may come stay with you and have like, can you imagine up wee hours in the morning having these conversations? But they also said you would enter into spaces like even chambers or offices where you would just casually may bring up, you might find bring up subjects, maybe something personal as this one. This even if it's not necessarily about yourself, but just maybe something an illegal element. Then that it be taken quite seriously. You begin to see those ripple effects actually happening from within. And then it's reaching you like, wow, I was just in a conversation. I just mentioned that, like a day ago or last month or something like that. So and it's like they're like on it. So it's like the justice you seek is definitely going to happen. It's going to happen definitely in a way that's personal to you, but definitely also from you. I believe it's coming. It's being energetically stimulated from you. Definitely not from the group that you said. I want to take them off of this because it's giving me it's anxious. I'm becoming anxious. I don't want to be anxious any further. There's no need for me to do that. And there's so many other refocus your energy. You focus your energy in other better circumstances, and then of course with the opening that now I'm ready to revisit this and get the real justice that you deserve. You're getting the real justice you deserve. And then you're also speaking to people that you know who are authentically able to understand. They have a willingness to understand. They definitely are listening. There's no that's the whole point. They've got to listen, or they have to read what you're writing to them, and then they're gonna think about it. They're gonna actually, like they said, critically think about it. So it's brilliant minds that are reading this and contemplating it and then acting on it. And that's what I see. Mm-hmm. By the way, what you know? Okay, so we know that Libra, right? The balance, the scales, and that makes you think. Well, the scales, and then Venus is part of that sign, which everybody knows that would be Libra. But Jupiter, the planet of justice, is all she. They're always so close together. I mean, and they work fabulous together. Jupiter and Venus, they always do great business together. I always imagine, a father and a daughter doing like they have a business. They put up a corporate business. It's like the family business together. I always imagine them like that for some reason. But every time that they're like working like this, say like you have Jupiter placements in two locations, but yet you're having this Venusian experience, like this over all these wealth of emotions. This is in the realm of like behind closed doors and and being personable and making stronger connections and bonds, and partnerships and things like that, of all kinds, by the way, of all kinds. Also, you psychically got the Trinity or Triune in your, which is that's the high we as we mentioned earlier, highest harmonious experience. So that means there's next to it'd be very difficult not to get something of substance that you could use later or say, look, I'm doing something and I feel good about what I'm doing, especially regarding back, to targeting this subject of, like dealing with this post concern. Like, okay, first of all, when do you want to do it, and will it be like get across what you want it to say, your post? Mm-hmm. It's beautiful. Yeah. Mm, right. Mm-hmm. Mm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It should be, as it should be, about the book festival. Well, guess what? The favorite time is to be in the Gemini, where you because the Gemini is all about looking like take everything apart, like you want to disassemble everything and go from within and out, and then put it all back together again correctly. Like know what makes it spin. Like you've been studying this subject. I mean the personal subject. You've been studying that for a long while, meditating on it, and why you took a step, why you cut out the other participants, in seeking the justice. You say, okay, the best time to begin your writing is definitely June 14th or after June 14th. If you can hold off for that long, it's like 3 weeks out. You will then have all that you need to put this post together. Proper timing, space in between, like the posts. Even if you're writing posts in between now and when, but also that it's its own subject, and so it has its own spotlight, and also the subject matter, like you're just involved, you're just deeply connected. What I can see favorably in the middle of June, it's going to be in the Gemini vibration. You have to celebrate your, yeah, you do have to take the time. We almost forgot that. We can't forget about ourselves. You got to celebrate those wins. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, I got you. Aha, see? He's not ignoring you. Emotional conversations. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll behave. Okay. Yeah, I am now. You're talking it up. I'm certainly going to be here. Hmm. Okay, got it. Okay, that's fine. Uh, I'll definitely. I'm gonna be here all week. And so any day you choose, I'm gonna be here same time. Mm-hmm. Indeed. Okay, I'll behave. Okay, I'll behave. I'm teasing them. See? Mm, that beautiful. That reading was beautiful. What? In real time. Did I catch it? Yeah, it's on. It's live. I caught it. It's on camera. It's on camera, and my microphone is on. No feedback. I know no feedback on the microphone, and the my my little setup staging is two thumbs up. Yeah, that was gosh, that was beautiful. So I have one more hour now. Yeah, I can I can coast the next minutes, 57 minutes. I can ride it out. I gotta have another hour to go. But I'm having, yeah, it's pretty exciting. She said not to call me tomorrow, but yeah, she's having, I was ready for that time. For the past two, I've been ready. I've already had I'm already been reading them. See, that's another thing. You don't have to be here with me for me to read you. I'm already connected to you. In fact, the way that I read, when I read on, I don't know, this is gonna sound a little weird. Whenever I read for a person, I'm connected to that person forever. Like if I read you once for like 3 minutes, I remember you like I seven. If you call me 7 years later, I will recall exactly what you asked and what we talked about. That's a gift. What's so funny is I don't have a memory like that. Like it specifically, it's for what I do. Yep. So I like when I start talking to you, I'm like I've read for you before. I could feel it. I could feel my energy on you. I know it's weird. I know it sounds weird, but yeah, whenever I read for you, I can feel my energy on you. And I also start to get insights about you before you call. Like if you like, I think I'm gonna call you tomorrow. Like I'll feel like I start getting insights about you, like hours or a day before you call me. Yeah, that's how I knew. That's how I mean. So it's not only that I know what we're gonna talk about, but some in most I've been thinking about it more or less. It's like a I call it like a it's like a crash in. Like it's like information that come crashing in, and I'm like, oh, download, okay. Then the person will call me, and it's like we can talk about anything that they got going on. But then I just start pulling on this. I'm like, and sometimes I even know where the conversation's going. And if they start to like say it before I have a chance, because I, saying all the pleasantries, I'll say, "Oh yeah, by the way, may I add one thing?" I'm like, blah 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 blah. They're like, "Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna ask you." I'm like, "Mm-hmm, yep, I know," because I have to, you know, have to demonstrate, my worth. And I know you all are not contacting me just to say hi, so I make sure that that we are in a beautiful conversation, and that you know that I care about you and all the wonderful things that's happening. Oh yeah, she has a triune. A triune. Wow. Right now, like she's smart just to want to go because she's in a triune right now, and that means highly harmonious. Like with little to no obstacles, like fully have your way, and like take advantage of that. Like, and it includes her soulmate, who is her husband. Yes, she just found out, by the way, that her husband, like, your husband is elated, like he's living it up right now. She's like, oh, I think my cousin, he's calling, texting me. It's like, mm-hmm, I know. She's like, because he won't tell me, She's like, for some reason he's not talking to me right now. It's like, mm-hmm. He's emotionally. You both are talking without words. and, he's part of her Trinity experience, harmonious situation uh, with her man. Good for him. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's good. It's getting better and better. Gosh, we're just holding on. And making sure that the clients are getting everything that they want today. So far, all the clients are working on elevated things. Hmm. Yeah, she's there's a full circle for her. She unfortunately she was you know what can I say this one? I'll probably say this. Tell the story later. Well, we're gonna see what happens with it. She has a project upcoming in the constellation of Gemini, so I'll probably talk about it. Later on in the year. When I don't think it's yeah, I mean, there's no reason to add that to this live. We'll have to maybe add it to a live for healing, and we'll kind of like as you say, tell the story. We'll tell the story. Tell that story, please. Tell the story. We'll tell the story. Hmm. So right now it's just pretty much a lot I say that's carrying on, that's going how more or less happening, that's going on. It's causing people to really think about where they come from. Uh, with us, we're talking about our healing because I can't tell the full story yet because it should be in proper context. But um, she's gone through a lot and she's healed a lot, and now she's ready, or she's almost ready to tell her story full circle, full stop. I think she's ready. I think it's a full stop, but it's circled back, and she's realizing what life that she can have, and her that she's inspired to tell these stories, to tell her story. Pause. Correcting her story, making her story her own. So rather than, okay, this happened, now people are telling her story. No, she's telling her own story. And she has the power to do it. And so we're, definitely, I mean, she got her, she got, what do you call it, retribution? What do you call it? Let me see, the, what do you call them? I can't think of it right now. But anyway, the retribution came back to the person, Yeah, they got everything that she said. That's exactly what happened. So, yeah. Hmm. Yep. Yeah, that would be an interesting conversation. We'll definitely will have that one. That one is definitely going to be about healing. I think it'll be good because everyone has had something from has I guess taken place where they need healing from, and people imagine, will they ever get the justice that they want, or maybe even deserve? Will they ever? Could they ever? Yeah, well, we'll definitely have a conversation about that because people do ask about, even if they don't necessarily understand karma or believe in karma, they always say, will the person ever get back what's coming to them? Will they ever get it? So we'll talk about that another time. Maybe not right now because there's so much that I'm trying to leave out because yeah, it's gonna make a really great story someday. But I need some rest, some more of the prediction to come true because she is supposed to tell her story, and so I think that's what needs to happen first, and then I will sing the song. But up to date, so far as their lives, all celebration. In fact, she won. She was victorious. Yep, she won the case, and she still has to celebrate that. She has to celebrate that she won the case. She's got another win in her belt. Oh my gosh, another one. She has some, she needs a couple of belts, or she needs the big bulky belt where so she put the notches because there need to be notches. She put some on the top, some next below that one. So she needs the big belt where she has like pairing up notches. But she definitely she can afford belts to put notches in. So there's that. But everything is coming together. I even got them in. They also are in high society, so we got them comfortable in high society. In galas and things like that. They're feeling a little bit more comfortable with it. Still a little nervous. They don't. They won't. They're like. They're so very careful. It's like how deep, how far up into this you want to go. They typically stop at. They may meet a few royalty, but they typically stop there when they get to the aristocracy. They usually stop, but they are open to being patron. So they're patrons as well. Anyway, I think it'll happen. It'll come in time. Of course, wonderful stories, to grow from, wonderful stories to tell. You know. I'm okay. Discipline. I need to have discipline. I just sit still. This is happens to be the day where I have to stay an plus hour. So yeah, I'm doing my plus one. I spoke to today. How many men I spoke to? I spoke to one gentleman today. Today, the more women called. Women called more than men today. So the women took it, but a man did call, and he was definitely, made me happy because he's a good man. He's like, well, we're not married. I was like, boy, I said, the union that you define, the meaning comes from within. You marry her before you ever, you know, let the world to tell you. You've stopped that. You both have, I think, mutually has stopped that one at least. Like, no more letting the world say when you got to do it, how you got to do. No, that is it's not worked. When you do it from the inside, it's like all the symbolisms happen anyway. You can still get things. Yeah. By the way, I saw gifts around her that he's going to do with her, and that's going to symbolize that he is asking her. I can say it, that he's choosing her. He's taking her to be his woman, to be his beloved, to be his lady wife in this lifetime. Oh yeah, that's what's happening this year. By the way, I was reading it. I was reading him. He was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, European. He's from Europe. I mean, he's like, yeah, yeah, yeah. He's like, yeah, he says, 3 months has been a challenge, but and I assured him, it's like, these next 2 weeks, flipping around. It's like, you want to flip this, don't you? It's like, yeah, yeah, mate, yeah. So getting him all nice and and psychically hitched off, and certainly they're gonna. But what I could tell, they're gonna have the resources, to get that on paper if they have. I mean, if they really want to do it, that should be their decision to do it. Like my client, she's her husband. Which is why he's so happy right now. His son is married to his forever fiance, and they are going to be attending the wedding together. And it's so funny because she knows full on well she's part of the family. She's my client be like is always like challenging her place in the family, and it's like drama, which I love to hear. It's like a story. And yeah, it's this wedding's taken a long time too to plan out. Oh, how long we've been talking about this wedding since we've been talking about them as fiancés since forever, like over like at least 3 years, going on 4 years. We've been talking about them finally um, getting the wedding planned, and where it could be big and wonderful um, for like over a year. I mean, golly, it took a long time. Like we had to like okay, we had to decide who was gonna pay for it. Oh gosh. And so finally everybody agreed. The I believe it's the mom doing all the she's doing the planning, doing all the wedding planning. There was a big discrepancy. Then there was a matter of etiquette. Is it proper that the husband and wife receive separate wedding invitation? Now we know full on well that everybody gets their own little um, gift bag, and you get like an it's like in a box. It's got all the little decorations, confetti, whatever, and it's the color of my eyes, sky blue. and you got that thick cardboard like quality, you know, card paper, and with engraved in goldenite or silver, sweet cursive italics with your name on it, But then you got somewhere that says, you know, uh, bring your family, Mrs. and Mister. Don't forget the kids at 9 p.m. sharp. But you got to be here at 8 a.m. because you got to help us set up, get the chair set up. So it's just like like because well, they both are professionals, and they both are lawyers, and she's like, in her mind, her soul, she's like, I can handle my own. I don't know why they him. They put it like, well, he's invited, so we had to go through the whole formalities of, well, you don't invite the husband without the wife to a wedding. That's bad, bad, bad. Even if you're the son, he knows that is never gonna happen. Where your twin flame goes, you're going. Like, oh, I'm not sure if I'm gonna go or not. Oh, you're going. So finally, she's like, okay, we're going to the wedding. It took a lot of different tries to get that reading to explain that. So now they're at the place where, now that they're twin flames, and like they don't let each other out of each other's sight. Like he comes to literally to collect her, you know, from our readings. So there's a few husbands that are like that. Like they'll have the readings. So yeah, so it's not no nasty guru stuff, which I don't like. I don't like all that guru stuff. Oh, earth god, Mm-mm. Where the man is center like demasculated, and the woman is rendered up all her powers, powerless. And no, mm-mm. My clients, oh, they're golly. I would not want to accidentally get in their way. Mm-mm. These two are joined at the like they are joined at the hip. They like be vibing and feel each other. Now she's starting to pick up on it. Now they're communicating without words. Oh yeah. And she was calling me. She's like, he won't talk. He's not talking. He's not saying anything. I asked him like advice, and I was like, well, he's learning to accept that you are right most of the time. So yeah, because okay, I met a married couple, and it was the woman who said, well, believe it or not, he's the nicer of the two. Like if you want anything, you want to ask him, not me. I'm mean. Like she always says, I'm the like he's the nicer of the two. Now you're dealing with me. Like, uh oh, because she's on the phone. She's talking to to the, sometimes it'd be like people at the school, the kids and all, saying, yeah, this happened today and this happened. And as they talk to the gentleman like, yeah, we were like, usually we want to talk to the mom, but in this household we were actually want to talk to the dad. She grabbed that, but here's the thing. She grabs the phone and said, because she's like, see how far along he's gonna get, and if he isn't farther enough in about 6 minutes, she's like, phone. He's like, and I mean like, it's prompt. I need this prompt. So like promptly she has a phone. She says, "Okay, first of all, he's the nicer of the two. Now you're dealing with." That's what she. That's her, that's her thing. That's her thing phrase. When she says that, it's oh. Well, she's like that. Yeah. Here's the thing. When I first found her, though, she didn't realize that. I was like, "There's something missing." Oh, you need your tiara. You need your crown. So I had to adjust her crown chakra. Like I said, explain to her that wives get these. And so you're a wife, and so you get one. There. What's good on you? It even fits your head. She changed lives all across the board. She was like they were in partial partnership in a property in France, and she's like, don't forget that, bro. Give little France up. When I come out of send it, one my family, one my husband. Like, but UK accent. So, and then of course that was over time of years, they've like elevated in so many ways. Broken soul contract no longer looped in. They don't even have to. What do you call it? They don't have to uh, reincarnate with them anymore. They saw them. They're not even on the same heartbeat anymore. They're not on the heartbeat. They're not in sync. They saw them like this is real life 3D world, but they're not tapped in. They know each other, so the engagement was of one of no attachment, no attachment, and he's found the most beautiful soul. Her husband has found the most beautiful soul in the midst of all of this. My client, his wife. So, and of course, likewise, because universe is all about balance. So she finds the most handsome soul, and which is he's my client too. He's what the readings are about, in fact. So like I'm like reading him just as much as I'm reading with her. May as well because she's like asking about him all the time. My goodness. So, oh my gosh. All right. So we are 30 minutes in. Okay, I'm going to try to bring it down a little bit. This last little tidbit, this last leg, and okay, I got to start like thanking the universe. They'll probably most likely try to get me one last time. Oh, by the way, my first reading was the test reading. So yeah, the one that was gonna test me for the day. They, I didn't. I used to didn't like the test readings at the start because you know they try to exhaust you, and then you've got hours of like it's like endurance. It's like oh boy. So I like, but then if they do it at the end, you're like you when you log out, you're like, who do they think they are? So, um, but I've been catching it, catching them, and so rather than giving them I guess like a pretend, I just read them seriously. I like now I'm hitting them in the heart. It's like, oh yeah, well let me read you. Actually, okay, that's your script, but here you go. Bam, 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 bam. Like, I know some are like they feel like Like, how dare you read me like that? Like, uh-huh. You thought wrong. This is not like make made up stuff. This not I don't make it's not us making up stuff. Read the I shot of you. Like, why you read me like that? I feel in the nude. It's like, yes, I did it intentionally. I only do that when I have to get by somebody. Sometimes if a person just doesn't get the hint, I just like start saying little. But I've learned to channel it, so like I may let a little bit out, and then they're like, "What was that?" And they back off. But when I was younger, yeah, it was a full on. I've heard prophets do that. Like in their like prophet will like blow somebody like with their like words like open up the whole light on them, like show them the reflection. I used to do that, but now I'm like just a little bit like, hey, and they're like, because it does it. I don't have to blow them away, and give them what I call an ugly dot. Because I used to do it so bad that yeah, it's like I would see like layers of people's, and like, and then sometimes like dots appear. Like I read the person so deeply. If I'm looking at them, I can literally see like the blood in the veins and their face. Like everything was extra close up and amplified. That was when I was really young, and of course, beyond that is control. If it's yeah, beyond that is controlling matter. So, well, I don't know. Why am I telling you? Why am I saying this on video? I never said that out loud. Um, so, anyway, so I learned to not do that. I don't have to do that much. Uh, so, like, I might just say something slightly personal, but yet also ambiguous, or homogeneous, and they're like, and then people who try to call me out on it, I'm like, what do you mean? Oh, that what you meant? Oh, I meant it like this. And so they're like, what did you get from it? And then I kind of laugh it off. I'm like, oh, that's not, I was more focused on this. I was just focusing on what I'm doing. And so I'd like dress it up, dress it down, but I know what I was doing. And they know they just can't prove it, but they try to call me out on it. Hmm. Yeah. And by the way, when I was young and I was like getting out into this big city and I was learning that just because somebody follows you around, or just because somebody's picking on you, or calling you names, or just won't leave you alone, you can't really call the police officer. And I just wasn't in the stash at the time to be carrying around weaponry, to seem intimidating. So I said, "Oh, I remember people are deathly afraid of me as a tarot card reading. I mean, they were terrified of me just reading poker cards. Like people be like the toughest people would be like, you can like hang out, but you please don't like do that thing you do with the cards. Yeah, that weirds us, man. That scares me. I've had big like big like full on adults. So I was like, oh, now I know what to do. So I started using my get. That's how I started. Instead of like trying to go toe to boxing people out and getting angry and chasing them off and I'm gonna call the cops. I just started opening up to them. And by the way, anywhere where I would go, people knew me. I'm not gonna tell what city, but they called me Smiley. So anywhere I would go, public transportation, they say, "Look at you, Smiley." And some people would know my name. I didn't even know. They would like spiritually just know like my names. In fact, they would know some of my past live names because there in this special location, there are a lot of interactions with people from my past lives. They're like, I know you. I know what you used to do in another lifetime. I wouldn't even bring it up. They knew that I was. I'm not even going to go into it. Past lives. I've had people actually call in just to tell me I'm not here for a reading. I'm actually here to talk to you. Did you know that we met in a past life? And they would tell the story. And I said, and that I hadn't said online to for recording, nothing like that. And it's like, you are right. That with it, my exact name, what I did, and what city, and it was almost like, by the way, did you ever do whatever it is I'm not gonna share right now? I had to talk about a separate on a video about past lives. So it's not me saying, "Oh boy, look at my past life." No, people have approach past life that I'm aware of. That people have now. The way I believe in past life is that whatever you want to believe is a energy. I believe like I always say an energy of a past time, rather than saying, "Oh yeah, you and you did this flip 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 flip." But pretty much, you know the word I'm saying. I'm talking about reincarnation or in your incarnate self of today. Where um, it's like people who meet you and they know your story and only can connect with the lives that are relevant to a person's circumstance today, whatever they're going through today. If all their lives, the only ones I'm going to see is what's relevant to this one. So yeah, so there's that. So this was a very specific situation where I have time, place, name. I've never shared it with anybody, but people have said I had to contact you. It's kind of like, somebody. Oh, I'm working with a client right now who is in a situation with a person from the past life who was a sister in other times and is a friend, but they keep coming together as though they're like their sisters. My client has been trying to avoid her, try to get out of it. Like, oh, I'm not gonna. I don't know if I want to be around, but she always want to get together and do the sister thing. And it's like, what is this? He's like, before they go into the details of what the plan was, like you do know that she's your sister. It's like, okay, so what do you call it? Okay, so in the 3D realm, it's like you have your awareness, but in another realm, I guess you're in your mental soul realm, your inner realm. You're like, I know this is my, but not everybody's gonna walk up to a person and say, "Did you know we're related, but spiritually, but not in this lifetime? In this lifetime, it's like you're related from other times, and that's a reality. That's real. But then there's this 3D reality, and you're like, we didn't grow up together. We weren't born from the same parents. All of that. We're not from the same family. It may not even be traceable so far as like DNA goes, as far as much as DNA will tell. But you both. Well, in my case, they know things that you hadn't shared with anybody. Things that are personal to you that you thought about and then tell it right to you as though that you had a conversation about this with them specifically, a human person in the 3D world who you've never talked with in your life. Even if, okay, I don't believe in, I don't believe in reincarnation in that way, but when things like that happen, but I did read on reincarnation like that. And when things like that, and I had no proof, not that I didn't believe it, it's that I didn't have any proof, scientific proof or experiences. But when things like this happen, beyond the deja vu, the deja vu can happen. But when things like this happen, when you're thinking about and you're like, I was this person, this was my name, this is what I wanted to do, and then somebody out of nowhere walks up to you as though they're reading your thought, actually call you and pay you on their dime to tell you. That's that makes you think your whole. Okay, I'm the psychic, by the way. I'm rethinking my whole universe. That blew my. And it's not the first time that someone is like. There's been many occasions where people just like you say, they just know your name, right? Somebody call you out like, how you know my name? Many times where that's happened, but these are very. But it's not just simply a calling of the name. Like they like knew how to engage with me, interact with me, And the one that I'm referring to actually called me by not only this name in this life, but also names relevant to adjacent lifetimes, particularly the name that's the hidden name, the name that typically all of the soul group people keep finding me and calling me by that name that I will not share until I won't say it out loud. But yeah, it's fascinating, very fascinating. Considering when you're not looking for that, you're just like, okay, today I'm gonna continue reading my tarot cards. I'm gonna do a little bit of astrology. Might do a little scry. But when it happens to you, that's it's like what? Okay, okay now God, I'm listening. So what was it? What like what you have some things to explain to me because I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not really understanding this because I do believe in it. I don't have no proof about it. The pastors are saying no, no, no. This is impossible. Science is saying, or how they might say, discredit it. But you just saw what I just saw. Could you explain, please? That's what it felt like. And so it's good when you can have like as a psychic, right? So I'm reading, so I get just as excited when people get excited when I guess to tell me that, oh wow, you're able to do this, your predictions came true. I get excited that spirit who is, I believe, is sharing information. And so I'm excited that, oh wow, I'm getting information. Spirit is over there giving us information. So I so I, it's like, so is this I'm always asking, so is this real? Is this real? Is it okay? I can do this. It's like then somebody say, I finally got my child off of drugs. So they say that to you. It's like, okay, all right, okay, okay. I'm thinking, okay, that was pretty good. Some kind of miracle happened. For a person, it almost feels like a miracle. Still like trying to, I guess, got to prove. It's like, is this worthy? Is this true? Okay, if it's good, if it's healthy, is it bringing peace or goodness or light or excitement to someone's life? But then again, but is it really helpful? And is it okay, spiritually okay? It's like, you need me to send you another sign, you know, especially like when they start sending you like pastors and or elite ministers that ask about their ministries. You're like, yeah, yeah. Because sometimes, especially in this realm, you think that all these people are attending this space, and right now, I mean, they're self-improving. They're literally improving themselves. They're taking better care of themselves. Why would anyone strip and take that away and make it disappear? What happens to all these people? In my brain, I'm like, why don't you just take their situation, make them, tell them what they can't do anymore, what they should be focusing more on, and make them do that, and then keep enriching people's lives. That's what I think they should do to Infowars, Alex Jones. That was very specific. Yep, very, very, very much so. Like I'm thinking, like millions of people, and then attracted to one place, and then you're just gonna make it disappear. Something that actually they were benefiting from, and they also can receive help. Is it perfect? Well, tell where it's not perfect, and then let's make it as close to perfect as possible. That's what in my brain, I'm thinking. And besides, it's better to. Now I know that people don't think this way. I wish, especially when you're young, you're like, somebody give me a fishing net, please. But then they're like, fish, fish. They want you to jump in there and be like, wrestle with your fish. So, like, yeah, but in my brain, I'm like, if they can provide or like they work very, very hard. You know, they have their family, um, but also, I mean, because the nature, you know, is information wise. You can definitely keep living life information wise, but also when a person fished, my thing is, if you give me the fishing net, I can be productive and give back and give back and give back. Kind of like you want to grow your own garden, you know, and because then you can grow as many cucumbers. We had a garden, and I love cucumbers, and they would grow the cucumbers. Cucumbers seem to stay in season. So many cucumbers and pecans. So that's the way I think of it. But if you don't have a fishing net, you know you might get lucky, catch a fish, but you don't really get to give back much because it's not much to give back. So that didn't make any sense to me. Like by empowering me, you're empowering yourself. And it took me a while to get through that. You know, the fragile mind. You're desperate too. You don't have time to really think about these. You know, contemplate the philosophies of life and morality. You don't have time. You're trying to make sure that you don't have to like walk around all night. You're trying to get like, oh, I can walk home and stay inside all night, and rest, and maybe if you're lucky, go clubbing. So, then like, no, that's it'd be nice if the world worked like that, but the world is not the supplier to your happiness, and that's not gonna do it. Um, so yeah, but now years later, you can contemplate it. Like, did you notice that people do not, um, to their benefit? It's more like to their detriment. You know, keep you from ever having the ability to give to I guess pay it forward or give it back to you. So they would cut you off, render everything you were doing, uh, inactive. It gets turned completely off, and then and everybody, the millions of people connected, get tuned out wherever they go, where they met, wherever they go. No provision where they go next from here. Like, where do we go now? No provision, no provision for you. So yeah, they're just people who really do operate that. And of course, psychically, you know, uh, people can speak to a psychic with no boundary lines. So, um, versus speaking to, there are boundary lines if you're speaking to a minister. So, it's like, well, that's not important. I don't care. I'm just here to talk about me. I just want, it's like, okay, all that, and get the love of my heart, the love of my heart. Thank you. I only had to enjoy this for 20 years. This has century, to improvise. So anyway, whew, okay, yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot. I don't know. Whew, I was right, coasting like we coasted in. Oh boy. So yeah. So anyway, so I'm very grateful that that able to help people unravel the puzzles of life, the puzzle of life, life's life puzzles together. We're able to resolve and find out, discover these things together. That's important, and we continue to do so. We want to do that, and we do that. We will do that. But anyway, once you do have your fishing net, you will catch fish. So that is one thing. I think that is the lesson. Hey, but did you enjoy the journey in actually getting your fishing net? The question is, what we really want to know is, how did you go about obtaining your fishing net? We all had to obtain our fishing net, but how did you obtain yours? You care to tell the story. Maybe you don't want to tell. Maybe it's not a kind of type of story you want to share with everybody. But if you care to tell us, we'd more than be willing to listen. Don't tell. Don't tell. Mm-mm. Don't tell them. Yeah. So, you know, about. Mhm. But anyways, I've got like 8 minutes in. I'm doing well. They opened up with the test reading, so I think they're going to spare me today. And my client was like, I'm going to talk to you again soon, shortly. I'm like, I'll be here all week. Like, well, when? Talking about when are you going to be here? Oh boy. We'll be here. We certainly will. I don't know if I'm going to be here, like live. I don't know. Wait a minute. Well, it's a lot going on. So if it's, I would love it to be tomorrow, but it would be like in the evening. Actually, no. Actually, yes. Because I'll be very busy. I'll be actually working. Um, no, because I need my camera. Well, I had to go. I have to choose which device I want to go on. If I want to go live, because unless I don't do the camera, so I could do audio. I could do audio. That's the only thing is I need my webcam because sometimes people go live with me in the video, like a video. Because there's three ways or four different ways that people can have readings with me. One is through like a chat. Another one is like video, and the other one is phone, email, something like that, or text or something like. So yeah, we do the whole chat thing. I get a lot of those, and then um, I thought that more people would do video chat. They don't too not too many do video chat. A lot of them prefer chatting, just straight up text and phone. I'm just surprised because usually I thought it was gonna have more phone. But what I love about this one is that regardless of the channel that you work with me, it's the same tier. So yeah, so any tier you choose, except of course if you do email readings. Email readings are I think weighed differently. But I'm telling you what, all worth my time for certain, because all across the board. Because some say, oh yeah, different tiers for different way. But some companies are kind of tricky. You got to be really on your toes because, like, they'll give incentive for like the client. Like it's a more an incentive for them just to say, "Let me call you right back," versus talk to you straight up, like, okay, so I'm okay, this is kinds of things that I kind of agree with, like with the Trump administration, like, okay, payback time, like gonna look, we're gonna charge you money that you got money out of us. Okay, so one thing that UK does, but now UK just does it is all the psychic companies have ever worked in the world. So it's not just UK, but that's the one I'm currently with. And then, but the one that I'm with now, that's American company, does not do this. But I'm going to talk about over the next 4 minutes. Okay, quickly. Like, okay, so okay, let's say you. Okay, so this is you. A person contacts you. No, this. Okay, you're the counselor. Somebody's saying, "I want to read in," and uh, they have X amount. They have like 20 minutes. So you spend 20 minutes with them. So the company says, okay, they spend uh, the 20 minutes with them that they prepaid for. Everything after that is you get to have an incentive. Well, here's the thing. This is the only reason why you get the incentive is because the client is going to be paying directly from their account, and they're going to pay the per minute rate, because when you buy the 20 minute, there's a huge discount. So like 20 minutes for $40. Now they say, okay, I've run out of minutes. Oh my gosh. So they say, okay, your tier is $1.99. So now they're paying $1.99 a minute. Now in my case, you know what it is. You know what it is, like $9 a minute. So unless you are like that, I know they're like, no, this is real conversation, it's educational. So like mine is like $9 a minute. So that means you spent the allotted uh, $40. So then you're like, but I still need to talk. So now you're on 10 minutes, $10 a minute, and then like they want you to go like 20 minutes out, and then from 20 minutes out, they give you extra incentive, and that incentive is, trust me, I know, it's like only it's like 3 pence, so that's like 3 cents or 5 cents. It's not. It'll never be much. You'll never be rich. Okay, so that's what. But here's the kicker. That sounds sweet, right? So the client, so my clients and I don't, and an actual metaphysical practitioner heart. So my client will say, well, I'm going to hang up. I'll be right back. I'm going to collect more minutes. So it's more an incentive to pay the company more money for minutes than an incentive to stay on the phone with you and pay your base rate. And the client, a last minute, no. So the client is actually paid $80 to them, and then they paying you your rate, but never your per minute rate with the client. Never. So that's how it goes. Okay, and that's the last minute. so so when you discover that, you're like, no, it's good to know this so that you don't be over there talking about some yes sir, yes ma'am. Okay, right away. Anywhere you need me, I'm available. No, let me open your eyes. And first of all, and I only do this because I love you, and I want you to be better. Okay, so anyway, that's a little bit of like little tricky things going on. Of course, with the company that I'm with, as America doesn't do that. It's just like, look, pay him for what he worth, and of course, the better I am, the better. They also do like YouTube, do like TikTok, where they have like partner funding. The one that I'm with now, that I love Psychic Source, they do the partnering. So it's like my base rate, and then they partner, which is like, why did you have to go through all of that? This is why. Makes me say, okay, I'm okay with that. Uh, you know, yeah, I'm okay with that. At the end, I got what I worked so hard for. What I thought it was gonna happen, expected differently, but then you get it all in one. And this one is valued at all of the psychic lines, what they could pay combined, and then a little extra, by the way. Anyway, that's the life of a psychic. But here's the other side of that. We're so busy that it balances out, but all the untapped potential starts to niggle at, because you get good at it, and then when you like myself, you get expert, and you start to realize, like who's getting what. like well, I could do better. I could do better. So you start to realize, yeah, and with that, doing better means you could be compensated better. So anyway, but it's all about my clients getting what they want. Okay, okay. I said I wasn't going to go any further than that. This, gosh, that's I put a whole nother conversation.